Good morning, namaskar, assalamu alaikum, sat sri akal, vanakkam. Namaskar, and this is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India. To all my friends across the world, this day, July 3rd, 2020, another day of life with goods or bads, with corona and other problems in this world of unexpectation, in this world of unknown times. We people of the world have been living, digesting all problems, responding to all what's happening in positive or negative in the tolerances and defined tolerances. There's no other way except to tolerate or to resist what's happening. What is happening is beyond controls of human beings, beyond controls of everything, because sometimes human cannot understand what's happening, and that's what's going on here around. No one knows what's going to happen, but for sure one thing is clear: we are going to digest all what's happening. Fact remains that we have no option. When we have no option, we have to accept our defeat. Defeat in a sense, we cannot overcome someone whom we don't know. COVID-19 now is very famous name, though it's not name, it's just abbreviation of coronavirus infectious disease 2019. This is the abbreviation form is COVID-19, and it is detailed form is corona virus infectious disease 2019, and in relation to respiratory system it's called SARS, and its second one, so it's called 2. Whereas nowadays I cannot simply say that SARS is related to this or relates to SARS, because it relates to many other organical functions of body, for example mind, brain, and could be some other organs, I don't know. Only those people who are professionals in medical can tell, or scientists relate to scientists. But corona is really very successful as far as I understand. Successful because it knows it is powerful, super powerful I can say. Till now it is very super powerful. No one has even identified what it is, just we know it's coming, but actual root of this is not known. Until we don't know roots, we cannot define properties of that tree. So its roots are unknown, its seeds unknown, its origin is unknown. So everything is unknown about COVID-19. That is fact of life. Brilliant scientists have been working around the world, but they could not reach somewhere. Only you can say thesis, you can say, or hypothesis. Those have come up from various locations in the world. But nothing is standing, nobody takes responsibility of those and says, this is the only assumption, this is only presumption, this is this and this is that. This means top scientist of universe is God, top scientist, great scientist, can say great doctor. He creates and he destroys. It's jurisdiction of God. No one can challenge it. And if you challenge it, you just waste your time. Jurisdiction of God is widest. God can do whatever that power wants to do. If you compare God and human being, I think there should be no comparison in fact, first of all, because we are all of God. So you can't compare yourself to your manufacturer or to your parent or to your generator. So God generated us, each and every creature on this planet, which planet also was manufactured probably sometimes, I don't know when. Whole planet was manufactured along with solar system, and secrets of Earth are only known to that manufacturer. that power, that scientist, doctors, engineer, professor, God, God, Bhagwan, whatever name you can take, I am not concerned with that, because name is given by you, not by God. You may take whatever name you want, that's your problem, not that's problem. But God is God, and property, a function of God is that to control everything, control each and everyone. So I should simply say that human is forgetting respecting that power, and that's why these problems come up. We have become very modern, we have become very smart that we don't accept that power so easily. In some people who are egoistic, who are having a lot of pride in themselves, they sometimes don't accept that power, which is bad thing, means because we know solar system is working and we can't control it, and there may be more solar systems if you go beyond this solar system, billions of them, maybe I can't say how many. Well, I'm talking of COVID-19, not a solar system, but solar system is a part of COVID-19, so because somewhere it affects carbon. What I'm stating is that now I feel that COVID-related news have started, diminishing. Scaled down means have been scaled down while lockups have been removed and whole people of all over, they are trying to open everything as if they are come back to normalcy. Well, there's no normalcy at all. They are opening, they are trying, it's like trial and error, they're opening and trying and see what happens, and again many people are infected. Unfortunately, means what to do? It's in a certain box. It's in a certain box, but you can't, even if you open the box, you don't know whether COVID comes out or what comes out. It's like a ghost, it's like the spirit, it's the hidden one. Well, I think COVID-19 is not a virus like the Atma of soul power. It's a soul working, it's an army of soul working on earth. Maybe millions or billions or I don't know how many billions or millions souls have you deployed for this purpose. That's why I think so. It may be you may say this is super orthodox I'm talking, super neutral I'm talking. Well, I'm thinking, I'm just telling means when something is not possible to be done, we say it's natural, it's by God. So if you are not able to control it, to understand it, and just find solutions to eliminate it, or to diminish it, or to horrify it, we can say that it's powerful, it's working, it's successful. And we could not identify till now, it's our gas is still a dangerous gas to kill us. We can't say it's a terrorist because there is no question of terrorism here. It's a question of examining each and every one of us. Economy is far away, economy is second consideration. First is we have life. Economy is meaningful. If your life is gone, what's the meaning of economy? You can well understand if you have a lot of wealth and if you die, there's no function left for that wealth, for you at least. A person who dies for the wealth got no meaning at that time, maybe for survivors, wealth is meaningful. Same thing COVID-19. Surprising news coming from United States, and they saw that every day around 50,000 or more are infected. And this figure is going to reach 1 lakh or 100,000 per day. If that state comes in, then 30 lakhs per month. And maybe it is 50 lakhs per month, and maybe it's 1 crore per month, who knows. It's happening in our country here in Bharat, India, that every day. About 20,000 cases are coming up. We were just a few hundred last time. Now it's 20,000 per, and then it will be 30,000 at some time. Then it will be 40 or 50,000 sometimes. Because factual figures are being secreted, these are not being released to public. Because there's no record and they're not testing anything. And when there's no test, means everybody is fine who's not tested is accepted to be fine or is assumed to be fine. If you test someone is asymptomatic, asymptomatic people are also resulting in COVID. The example, as so many even top people are also asymptomatic, like Singhvi of Congress, who has been in now isolation, he was asymptomatic. So if that level person who are rich and have money and no problems, those are having such infections, what about you and me, who are very ordinary street people, who have no even car, some people who don't have car transport, and they are being affected by it, we shall tell they shall be infected. But question, if you keep something secret, it doesn't mean you solve it. Secrecy always leads to negativism. Secrecy leads to some more danger, evolution of danger, intensification of danger. So we are doing that ourselves, we are axing ourselves, you can say. America is worried now because they are failure in 14 or 15 states of America. This COVID has successfully been working. And if they have been working there, means they say 1 lakh per day or 3,000 per day, or so many infections have happened. 1.3 lakh people have died, but I say that's all control news. I always used to either multiply by 5 or by 10 to find exact figures. So I can say in my country itself is around 1 crore has happened. In America probably you can say 50, 20, 30 lakh people have died. And I should say if not 20, at least 15 or 10 lakh people have died there. And as far as cases are concerned, maybe more than 2 crores cases in America have happened according to my assessment. In our country, this figure may reach in many crores one time, and about 1.5 billion people of what have been infected. And yesterday I got news that last week from one whole Middle East, including our country, means in Middle East last week it was around 1.2 million cases. Sorry, the Middle East itself 1.2 million cases, according to WHO information. Yesterday's publication of news. So it's really world question of seriousness, that how to handle this. Every country has its own options. It's not time of politics, it's not time of something else. It's time of handling COVID. And you ignore COVID and just you think of economy and politics or political states. I think this is not right time. This is the right time how to survive first. If you do not survive safely, healthy, what shall happen, you know very well. There is nothing that I can tell you. You understand all points this. So I should say that long explanation is no meaning, because we are not getting actual figures so that we can argue on that or something discuss on that. Delhi, Bombay and all other cities, whichever we can say are congested one, are giving very bad results. And it's okay, it's talk of congestion, or we see about other cities in USA or in England. Those are of course much more drastically giving results than compared to ourselves. It's really surprising that those American people or European people who could not care for themselves. They tried to become world leaders, but they could not care, they could not safeguard themselves against COVID-19. Whole Europe failed, whole England failed, America failed. Okay, we can't say about us because we are always careless, our political leaders are careless, our people are careless. Still we are careless, and not our house of care, our whole world is careless. I have seen so much on news that so many countries are celebrating once lockdown is removed. The question of celebration, I don't know what type of celebrations. No precautionary measures were taken, no PPEs were used, and they were just getting like as if something has happened good for them. Well, I don't know. They open bottle of whiskey or what, champagne, enjoy. Or maybe people are not used to staying inside homes, that's why they are so happy with COVID. Well, I should not spend more time on this because it's not going to help everybody, because question of time is very important. I to explain answering. But I should again say, somebody asked me how long it will be. I said there's no time limit for this. This is, timeless person has come. Timeless power has come, which decides its time itself. We cannot decide its time because it is unknown, and when something is unknown, you cannot think you want to control that unknown. And so COVID is unknown, and we have to submit to this, we have to take care. There is no treatment till now, and I don't think that the world is going into a direction of treatment soon. There's no possibility as such, as if you consider today. There is no concrete treatment for this. If somebody says that person falsifies, I can say. So better don't be falsified. Think of facts. Facts are that this is away from our you can say our consideration. Sorry. It's far away from our consideration of expecting or anticipating or hoping that certain vaccination or certain medicine shall be available soon. Then we are living in doldrum. With this, I close talk of COVID, indicative talk of COVID. I close, and I now come back to our own, management issues, which are much more important, because this was general talk. Usually, I make, although I know people may like it or may not like it, but I know other option. But to talk like this in stages, in sections, so now it is time for project, or if you leave project behind, engineering management. Engineering management, I have written in simple words, and total quality engineering, because sometimes we should be natural. I don't want to write everything using computer, so write by hand sometimes better, so that it looks natural. And my writing may not be good, but question is not a good or bad question, is of reflection, projection, how we do engineering management. And then we'll talk about, after that, we'll talk about, this concrete, concrete, I will talk general talk about specifications, that is certain references of general procedures in the specifications, Qatar, and maybe soil and soil, and soil is also soil, you can say one way, because we are relying on soul as well as relying on soil. Body relies on soil, while mind relies on soil. So it's like that. Then we'll take up after that, just for information, the indication is, I'll take up FIDIC 2017 red and silver view. So I move on to project engineering management now. That's very much powerful subject, and not only subject of engineering, it is subject of life, because life is based on engineering. And project means whatever project. It doesn't matter engineering project. It means whatever project is, we have to be careful about that. So before going further, I like to open syllabus file of the subject, and that is, what can I say, syllabus file of this. And I discuss usually project management in a way that it should be clear to everybody what project management is, what engineering management is, because it's simply different type of management. We can say engineering management, engineering management, it is something unknown, it is something not very common. It's not, subject name is there, but there was no need, however they brought the subject in front, it's okay, but it was always a management. It was always a management, because without management, we can't do anything. Management of events, management of activities, management of each and every item, management of whatever you do. Actually, everything is a management, or organization, if you want to call it management. Everything is a management. So is engineering project. Engineering is a management. That's fine answer, you can say. Engineering is management, I agree with that. Engineering is a procedure, I agree with that. And engineering is an organization, I agree with that. You must agree with that, because these are facts of life. Absence of organization means absence of everything. Again, I say that organization is mine or yours. Organization is very origin. X-axis, Y-axis. It starts with O, origin. Goes on to right X and goes to right X, and then top vertically Y, and then also Y. Question will sign difference. On right side because of the positive sign, on left side because of the negative sign. Similarly, on upwards order it will be considered positive sign, downward order the negative sign. That depends on sign or relation. Relation means sign also is nothing, actually it's a directional change. It indicates some other direction. Otherwise, direction in relation to origin. And if original doesn't exist, then this graph also does not exist. So there shall remain no relation to that. So x-axis or y-axis, or you can say abscissa or ordinate. And also z-axis, which I am not talking because we are talking superficially. Z-axis of course remains there, but which value very less even talk of studies. We talk of relations because we can't see, we can imagine only there's a z-axis, but in fact it is without z, there is nothing on z-axis because Earth itself is circular. You can't say circular, spherical. I'm sorry to say Earth is spherical, and when there's something spherical, it's all 3D. It's all having all axes, not only 3x, y, z axis, but also many other axes on that. That's about Earth. And what I should say that you may ask me anything, why every day you are talking like this for management about this and that. I'm not talking every day, first of all, I am talking every time. Day is far away. It is important to talk, to reconsider and reconsider and reconsider and rethink and rethink and rethink. Basics of life, basics of advancement, basics of sciences, basics of every new idea, basics of unknown secrecy revealing, basis of that is thinking. We say in Hindi, soch vichar, thinking. Think tank we call in English. Think reservoir we may call it. Think lagoon we can call it. Think lagoon. Or think river we call it. Or think sea we call it. Or think ocean we call it. Or think sky we call it. You can expand all words. No one can stop you. That is your imagination. How far can you go? If we say sky is our limit, what does it mean? Nobody can go to sky, but even then they say sky is our limit. This means that is an imaginary phrase out of mental thinking, out of those persons who think like that. Sky is our limit. They can't stand on ground. They can't jump 3 feet, 4 feet or 1 meter. And they say sky is our limit. Okay, that is good in saying. But how many have gone to sky? No one. Can't go. Because we are already in the sky. Truly speaking, we are in skies. Will you accept this? Nobody will accept this. Because you can't imagine. You can't take your mental energy to that vista where you can think in that way. We are all in space. Think over. Are you not in space? Then where are you? You are in space because you are integrated with solar system by waves, by radiations. We are not in isolation. Earth is not in isolation. Earth has got relations to solar system. So we are in skies. We are already in space. This point, if you understand, you can enlarge your theology of what? Organization. Your organization of mind can reach to every location in the universe. That is my thinking. Again I am saying thinking because think is only property that can be bought free of cost. Think is a property that can give you everything. Think is a property that does not come under purview of anybody. No judge can stop you. No master can stop you. No power can stop you if you think. No law can stop you if you think. No country can stop you if you think. So think is free of controls, free of cost, and it is real power that you have. Actually, this is real power because this is your power. And if you think and do something, that is called exponential power. If you get some answer through thinking, that is your original work. And original work doesn't mean authorship work, it means exponential work. If something which is not known and you reveal that, without any relation to some other subject. It's called a work which is original, or you can say a God gift. It's a God gift. So if I get God gift, you get God gift. Let us say you think sometimes for few minutes, and maybe within that few minutes you get something new instantly, and later you will forget that because it's not intensified. But don't forget, somewhere it is sitting in your mental spectrum, is your mental sphere. Mental sphere is very powerful, which is created by thinking. That's what I understand. I calculate that. I can understand that very well. If human can create a chips, silicon chips, and that chips give you spherical power or global power, when it's applied with light electric current, its magnetism work, its magnetic field work, its electrons work, and you get some construction and formation of wave-based or radiation-based or some magnetic world-based spheres, and those spheres can contain memory. This means something is there. If memory is originated there, it remains there. Think of your mind, how much memory your mind must be having. What I say, this is nothing but human organization. My legs cannot remember anything, but my minds can program movement of my legs. My mind can program my talking, what I'm doing. It's all mental program, just to tell me what you have to speak, and it doesn't take much time, fraction of seconds. What I'm thinking and I'm talking to you. Talking may be right, may be wrong, may be grammatical, maybe not grammatical, but words are uttered. Words are uttered continuously. As much as practice you make, your words would come up. In beginning, maybe you hesitate. I can't speak in public. Question is not you are speaking in public. Question is what you are thinking and transiting to through your tongue, through your mouth. It doesn't matter. It's in public or it's in private. You may talk to yourself. That's best exercise, best formula to understand. That's best procedure or method, you can say. That's best way to organize. Why I am telling this? Because you have to understand your origin is your mind. My origin is my mind on my x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. If you keep your mind here, that this is my origin, you know where you reach. That origin is imaginating. When you say I draw x-axis, y-axis on piece of paper for purpose of graphics, and you do that. You know where is minus sign, where is plus sign, where to go. Just like we also use this in trigonometry. We say all signs positive in first quadrant, and you can say sine positive. All theta's positive, sorry, in first quadrant, then sine positive here, and then this positive and that one, this negative, that one. This a silver teacup we call it. Tangent silver silver stands for sine, and T stands for tangent, cup stands for cos. So we understand through the selective memory part that this quadrant is this quadrant. The same thing your mind is. You are saying quadrant, there you can say sectionals, three dimensional sections, all space of your mind. So if you keep your mind in your organization on the origin, from there you have a control on that organization. Because this is your organization, you devise that. And when you devise that organization, you devise that means you design that. You design without using any other formula. This means you are masterpiece of that, you are master thinker of that. Whatever you design, then you have full right to amend that, modify that to suit that, and you decide responsibilities of others because it's your organization. You can say you have to do this and you have to do that. That's called description of jobs. So when you describe that, you must have some idea inside your mind. So only then you can describe. You must have a scheme in your mind what you want to extract from this person, that person, this personal or that personal. And you can do that only when you have some project, when you have some program, you have some target to achieve, you have some milestone to achieve, and you have some you have to. This is my project, or this is my type of 1 year, 2 year program. Only then you can say that what you have to achieve depends on that. It's a long journey or short journey. So you can say that if you keep you yourself on thinking on your own, you can generate too much using help from nature. And nature is always there to help you. This point you should not forget. Nature is with everybody. Nobody can say that nature is not helping me. Nature is always there to help everybody. But everybody is not available there to accept what nature can do. That's only a point where we fail. We believe in mundane world. That's right. Mundane world is very important world. And what mundane world is? Mundane world where material is considered top. Material money is considered top. Okay, that's fine. Money is yours. It's for you. Without money you can't survive. Without material you can't survive. But this is also material I'm talking of. This is scientific material. This is a mind material. This is a spiritual material. Or whatever material it is about. Without this material, your earth material cannot be received, cannot be affected, cannot be used. If you don't have mind, you can use resources. You cannot use earth resources. How can you use? Because you don't know what to do. If you don't know what is soil on earth and how to handle this, what you benefit you can take that, you can't use that. Only after thinking humans started agriculture because he came to understand, I think, through natural process that this can be used for something. Or nature helped that originator. That person who originated agriculture must be nature help somewhere. So that person, whoever it was, started agriculture, and now is flourished agriculture. I don't even know how many millions or how many crores of years it took to start this intensified agriculture in all fields. So what I'm saying is, when you think of managing or management, or you think of your organizational activity, you have to apply. Or even not only that, if you think you study something, you have to be sound mind, only then you can study. You cannot study with closed mind, or if you don't receive. If you read something and don't receive that, your reading goes waste. You must be free mind to understand something, only then something comes to your mind. If your mind is not free, it's bound to something, you're thinking something else and reading. Either you will get reading or get something because you're thinking something. Simultaneously you are reading, and reading got no meaning because you are not actually reading. You are just thinking reading is just a formality to show to others that I am reading. So that reading got nothing to you, nothing to you, same thing, you don't read. So what I am saying is, when you think something, think only. Thinking only, for that you would get some answers soon. Thinking actually doesn't come on its own also. Thinking is not that free. No, it depends on concentration. Result of concentration is thinking actually. That's what I can. These are two-way. These are two-way in a sense. If you think, you get something. If you concentrate, you think. Got my point? Without concentration, you cannot think. And without thinking, you cannot concentrate. It's like that. If you are not thinking, you are not doing anything. If you are not thinking, you can't even read a book. If you are not thinking, you can't even do some conversation with someone. Yes, I'm not talking of natural conversation or normal conversation, which is actually just talk, not a conversation. If you converse yourself, you can converse with the whole world. Best thing is to converse. Just like I say, be a self-teacher. If you can be a self-teacher, you are best person. Similarly, if you talk to yourself, if you laugh on yourself, if you criticize yourself, if you find your mistakes yourself, I think there can be no best answer. There is no best extraction of solution. Because when you are investigating yourself, you are your police and you are your robber and you are your crime criminal. So you know what you did, where is right, where is wrong, and because your mind thinks of everything, and then you are not a simple mind, you are a complicated mind. That means you increase brain power of your mind. Brain power doesn't mean neuron power, it means spiritual power. Mind value is very important. That's why I'm talking here about organizational management. Organization is not physical. Yes, it's written physical. It is written physical on chart, but it is not physical. It is rational, it is mental, it is real, it is exponential. It depends upon that. If you manage, active organization, active in a sense, not passive, not for sake of some presence of some employee or some personnel on that organization to fulfill some requirement. I'm not talking of that. Yes, there are cases that a requirement must be there, requirement must be complied with. But I am talking where there's action, there's activity oriented organization. We cannot say someone is there because that person must be there. If that person is not justified, should not be there, whosoever that person is, because it adds to expenses and it adds to losses also if those expenses do not result in anything. So if you consider this way, for you organization shall become a different world, completely different world. It's not simply managing. Managing is a very small part of organization. Why should I say manage it? I say do it. When I say manage it means there's a factor of pride. I am managing. No, don't manage. Do it. Got my point? When you say do it, then you have to import mind presence. And you say, no, manage it. And you ask someone, okay, do it, finish, and leave. Your job is over? No, your job is not over. That's where my difference lies with. But theoretically, okay, subject-wise, okay, professional-wise, okay, everything is everywhere. Management is there, organization is there, procedure, everything is there. That is confined to professional. But other than that, we call profession means also something else. It's not simply profession of work. It means profession of belief. I'm not saying religion because I don't believe in religion. Belief, natural thoughts, respect to God, and trust in God. It's trust that you build with God. Whosoever God, I'm not interested in name. That property is very important, one should have. And by chance, if you miss that property, actually you miss yourself. In engineering management, as I discussed with you, this subject, of course, it looks new, but to me it doesn't look new because this is only a text now. Previously it was completely done. We used to do everything which is given in that. Just like we used to do everything which is included in ISO 9000, only name is given now ISO 9001. Similarly, this engineering management has been done, has been being practiced for long. Nothing new in that. We do everything what's given there, but now it has been named itself engineering management. Good one, no problem. After all, whatever you do in engineering, this is done. This is given in books in different ways. And for example, it's given as title-wise here, as I told you before also. It's given that management process. So you have to do that management process. You have to first have to define and plan and organize, direct, control, coordinate, whatever is there. Then also definition of organization, management planning, all that. We used to do that. Nothing new in that. Then procedures, then control settings, human resources. We used to do it. Always we depend on resources, human resource, equipment resource, money resource, technology resource, and whatever else, plants, and without which no work can move, not only in engineering, everywhere. Even if you run a small shop, where maybe one person or two person organize that, there too everything is involved. You cannot simply say, because this is a shop, there is no question of engineering management. It is very much engineering there itself. Whatever shop is there, whatever work is there, I should say that engineering management exists in life everywhere. Even if you cook food, is it not a part of engineering? It's a part of engineering. Cooking engineering, you may say. So many activities are involved in cooking, but we don't value that, right? If you cook, you need chapati making, or you need rice making, or you need vegetables, or you need something else. So how many activities are there in that? You plan that way, you don't even write on the way. You go to market, buy something, and you do something else, then you think of what to do today. That's why planning, and you cook that and eat that. Is this not something manageable? It's also called manageable. Because you don't feel it, because this is daily routine and life routine, and this is not, generally considered educational part. But here you are very regular. Every day you do that. Even it's holiday you do that. Morning till evening you do that. And without that you cannot eat. And if you don't eat, you cannot survive. Either you do yourself or get an order from hotel or restaurant. In both cases, this is procedure, this is organization's management. And similarly, there is a financial management or economical management, economics of management, or quality management, marketing management, project management, information technology management, or whatever is there. These points in management are very supportive, because this has been now clubbed into syllabus. But this is nothing new for experience purpose, because we know what we are talking about. Sometimes you get some practice, and that practice is such that your mind would not even think of that, but you would do that. That practice is daily activity. Just like you go and use WC, they take bath, come out, or do some shaving or something before that. Those activities are daily routine, and we do not even specialize them, because those are natural ones. But don't forget, that's also management, that's also that's also, you can say, organization. So I can apply this term uniformly, very uniformly. It's really, I can say, beautifully. It can be applied. There's nothing very serious in that. And again I say, use of mind is very important property of life. And those who perform this, who apply this property, they enjoy life like anything. Because there are two ways of working something. Either think emotionally, think by heart, not by mind, and do something. Or first you think, you consider every point of that, every JHA and everything else, and then you do that. You will find a difference in both. You feel contentment, you feel happiness when you do something using your mind and doing it. And you don't feel that happiness when you don't use your mind and do it. Both are different points. For me, as an individual, I believe in thinking. I cannot say that I am a thinker. I am not a thinker, but some mind you have to use, because that only you can use. Unfortunately, your mind cannot be hired, your mind cannot be purchased. It can be used only for some purpose. Even if I do service for someone, if I join some employment, or I work there, think there also, but there nobody can force me to think. I think they expect me to think for what you do. And that's the reason that intelligent people are hired, because of that purpose, to think and help work. And that's why I say thinking is super property of life. And those who run away from thinking, they can keep run away always. They keep run away always, and no one can stop them, because they run away from real work, they run away from responsibility. You may be in engineering, you may be in social sciences, you may be in politics, you may be in whatever world affairs, or whatever life activities you work in. Don't forget that thinking is something that improves your standard in education. If you are a thinker, you have to think on your subjects as well. You have to think on every affair of life. You have to think for your colleagues, you have to think for your friends, and of course you have to think for your family. You have to think for nation. That's the whole purpose of how you think. I'm not criticizing anybody here. I'm just saying, if you think, you can be goal achiever. Because thinking is not something you claim. No, you can't claim that. No one can claim that one can think. Everybody thinks, even dog thinks, cat thinks, and we think. But somebody thinks for 10 minutes a day, and some keeps on thinking for hours together. That is different. Thinking level is very important, what level you have. Some level is everybody is having, that level is thinking of eating habits, living habits, surviving habits. Those are below thinking levels. Thinking level starts where you can start your individual thinking profile, not common thinking profile. If you start thinking individually, you can do a lot. That is what I say is organization, real organization. If you cannot think, you can't organize, remember. Even if you have organization, even if you have 20 persons, 20 engineers on a project, you have 50 foremen on a project, if you do not think, you cannot do anything. Because when you start thinking, you will go through coordination of drawings, you go through studying of drawings, study of specifications, all documents that are required for purpose of construction, those points you shall remember. Sometimes people say you are thinking for nothing, what's the use of your thinking? You are wasting your time. Yes, that's true. If you are thinking, you are wasting your time, or you are doing something which is not yours, you are wasting your time. I think they are right, because I am wrong. If you say other part of this, you will say they are right, I am wrong. It's therefore, to my understanding, I would suggest everybody that do not run away from thinking. Start thinking of whatever problems you have. Don't be in panic. Think. Panic will take you to unknown solutions and to create more problems. But if you think your way, and even then if you are not happy of your achievements, you can also use someone else on your thinking. I'm not going to say only thinking. It's a unit of work, it's a unit of mind. Thinking is unit of mind. You can say that. One body, you may be a think tank or you may be a think river, as I said. Be. Nothing wrong with that. Because if you don't think, simple answer is you will not think. Don't blame others if you cannot think. Those leaders who used to think, political leaders, they moved forward all over the world. It's not here, it's everywhere. Those who used to think. You take example of Gandhi. It's 42 degrees at 3 o'clock. So it's hot. The early morning it is 30. Well, I was referring to, for example, I said thinking and thinkers were there. If we take example of many past leaders in our country, Gandhi was a leader, There were so many scientists in our history all over the world. They were not very well educated. Gandhi was of course educated, but when he was beaten, he was thrown out. He tried to understand what he was. Then his thinking tank lock opened. Then he opened his think tank lock. Before that, he was not thinking. He was not thinker. He was just a doer, common doer. That time, when he was thrown out of class 1 bogey, he realized that he was nothing, and he and others were tolerating atrocities. Similarly, scientists who were never qualified nor educated to travel because of no education was he thought of gravity. He generated gravity. Now, what I'm stating, if you accept thinking as your foundation unit, you think, nowadays what I am finding, people are running away from thinking, capacity of thinking, and don't forget, the thinking is your currency. Thinking is currency. Education means what? What does education mean? Tell me. You start thinking now. You may be whatever degree you are having. What does it mean? Does it mean you have degree and sleep? What after all some education gives you? That's the basic question with everybody. If you think education is only for namesake, then you are in wrong boat. Purpose of education, what's purpose of education? Purpose of education you think is to get job? No. What is the purpose of education? Until Gandhi was not thrown out, he was royal, like royal. Attorney at law, having well suit and boot and tie, and considering himself shadow of British. But one time his mind opened and he started learning everything. He started thinking everything. There was only one person at that time who was thinking. All others were not thinking. That's the difference, At that time he was thinking only. There was no person equal to him in that era. There was one person who was thinking, and that was FIDIC, much before than Gandhi, much before than 1857, who killed Viceroy. I'm just trying to give some examples of the meaning of thinking. If you think, you shall change your lifestyle. Current generation's the problem is they don't think. That's another problem. They are living physical orientation rather than intellectual orientation. I tell you one thing, our trades workers, our industrial workers, what I say in our discipline, civil engineering, they are masons, carpenters, steel fixers, welders, plumbers, and many more. You consider them too low. I know. We consider them as labor, as they are nothing. Okay? You consider yourself higher because you are university graduate, or you are MTech or BTech. You think yourself higher. This is difference of superficial thinking. You are not an organizer. You are not a manager. You are a fool because you are considering other one small and yourself superior. What does it mean? It means you have been taught like this. Your mind has been inculcated that way, that you think a person who knows book reading or book is more intelligent than a person who does not read but does everything solid, concrete. Job that those workers do, can you do? You may be a billionaire, but you can't do that job. Art of masonry, art of shuttering, art of steel fixing or welding or whatever is, can you do one of that? You can't do, because your mind is filled with filth, with dirt. I am white collar, I am engineer, I am doctor, I am CA or this or that. There is a problem here. You have built up a mind, Red Fort, mind, Taj Mahal, I am this. Their weakness lies, their weakness lies. You have stopped applying your mind. If you use your mind, you shall evaluate those workers rightly. Remember, a mason is a mason because that mason knows art. That mason knows that work which you cannot do. You cannot even start that work, but that mason knows, that carpenter knows, that technician knows. Even though you are highly qualified engineer, you cannot check if failure of electricity happens. You have to call some electrician for that purpose. In common, this means you are an engineer, but you are not in that category where a person comes and helps you. Yes, it would change when you start thinking. You think based on your knowledge, you can change world. But no, you can't think based on knowledge. You think based on, what is written on book. There is a difference there. Written on a book has some limitations because that was written by someone else. And you consider that someone else as fixed line, while you have gone through that study, you have a power of knowledge, but that power of knowledge, you want to get some job to do that, otherwise that power of knowledge is over. There is no meaning of that power of knowledge. That's what I say. Integration of organization is within you. Integration of management is within you. Nobody can teach you how to manage, how to integrate with what. You yourself are a manager in your own. You yourself are an organization within your own. As I always say, your mind is an organ, top organ of your body. All other organs follow this body, follow this organ. Will you agree with this or you don't agree with this? Up to you to decide. If your mind stops working, say, what shall you do? You cannot do anything. If your mind stops working, you cannot even feel smell of something, taste of something. You cannot even identify who is standing there, or it's day or night, if your mind stops working. This means your mind is most reliable. And what is reliable? That's another point. When I say reliable, it has a definition. That reliable definition is very important to understand. What is reliability? As I stated many times, it's something we can say that reliability is, without reliability we cannot exist, and that means I lost that paper. No problem. Where it was, I don't remember even. Some paper was there. I was trying to locate that. This is about reliability. Well, no problem. I could find it here. Now, what I understand by reliability is, if I have to fix my mind, I have to understand my mind, because mind can be controlled and mind can also not be controlled. Both positions are there. Sometimes you have mind, but you are depressed. You are depressed because you are weak. You are depressed because your soul is down, or you are a failure. But remember, your mind is excellent, by chance you do not know. And if you get an opportunity to do something, your mind moves first, and if you are depressed, your mind doesn't move. This is not psychology, this is practical experience I am giving you. When I could not understand what mind is, I also talked like just people say something, believe something. But I have experience, if I use my mind and do something, results are different. And when I don't use mind, I take imagination, I take supposition, I do what others say, I do not get those levels of result when I get after thoroughly understanding problem. This is my empirical experience. Whatever way, I don't say only in my work, otherwise also. If you talk with confidence, what does that mean? Say, I am talking with confidence. Confidence of what? Confidence means your mind says this is right. That is reliability of mind. Reliability of mind. Your mind must be reliable means whatever your mind says should be safe. Safe from every aspect. Whatever it says, it should be helpful to you. It should serve for that purpose you are looking for. Or there are options also. I might say yes, what your mind says is not instant, it's long running, it's long term running. So, reliability of mind is that whatever you do is solid, is concrete, that is safe plus serviceable plus durable. These three terms are very important from organization point of view or management point of view. Whatever you do, whatever you think, it should be first of all safe. It should not harm someone else. Of course, you should not harm you as well as someone else if you think it's safe. And then it should be in same line what you want to do. It should not go opposite that. If you want to do something, your formula coming out of mind should do that. And what else? Means it should be functionable. Functionable in a sense, functionable and long term. It should do that for long term. So some of these three requirements equal to reliability of mind, and not mind everything. If I say this person is reliable, what does it mean? We say, the example, they say, oh, you want to retain this person in our organization. Yes, you want to retain this person. What you want to retain this person? After all, you have to pay to this person. You want to retain this person because this person is functionable. This person can be, this person works for us safely. This person knows what is work. This person, you can say works in a service way. He gives service, he gives outputs, and that this person is trustworthy. That person will not run away. That will work in this organization for many more years to come. There is a question of stability, you can say, stability of that job. It's not because that person is very intelligent or very brilliant or long. It's not that. That person is committed. That person has a destination. That person has a stable in mind. Though it may not be very brilliant, but that person can think and can do. And thinking and doing are very important point, because explanation can be made for what to do, but commitment cannot be put in someone. Sincerity cannot be granted to someone. You have to earn that, you have to express that. Sincerity, commitment, determination, regularity, punctuality, and self-confidence. So organization not simply, or management not simply doing something. It comes from within. No one can teach you what is management and what is organization. It's not on paper. It's not on paper anything. There's no organization paper. You have to devise it. You have to design it. Maybe you think I'm just passing time and talking. Yes, you may think so, but I never talk without any basis. That is my weakness, you can say. I don't want to speak to someone if I don't know what I have to speak. Okay, good morning, good evening is fine, how do you do is fine. After that, I don't take much. It's okay, we'll discuss it later. I don't have information. When I get information, I'll come back to you. Otherwise, what's the meaning of talking? Tell me. Neither that person is free nor I am free. If I am on assignment, though I am not on assignment now, but if I am on assignment, for this is my self-assignment, I'm investing myself, my time with public. This is also an assignment, though I am not paid. But this is an assignment. I am doing job without payment. What's wrong with that? I am sharing my experience with public. How far? So it's nothing wrong. After all, nothing wrong in that. Some accept, some may not accept. This depends. It's better than to do some bad job. What if you don't have some destiny? If you don't have target, if you are not interested in doing something, your mind will go to useless directions, unproductive directions, and directions where you spend your energy for nothing. Actually, when I'm talking, I'm spending energy. When I'm thinking, I'm spending energy. I'm working, I'm spending energy. Or do whatever in life, you spend energy. Your energy is for you. That's main point. Energy is fuel. And if you waste this fuel, This is your money. This is money. Thinking is money. It is not direct money, it is indirect money. And it doesn't matter money should come to you, but you will feel happy. And once you feel happy, you will be healthy mentally. When you say something, I take a different way. I always stress that analysis is very important. Analyze something. Analyze. Analyze. There may be 50 points in something, maybe in an activity or one problem or one deed. Those 50 points must be understood separately. And if you don't understand them separately, or take out bad or put in good, this shall certainly be some defective for something. Out of those 50, there may be points 10 or 15 which are no use. And you may add 10 or 15 other points which are of use, so that you can know only when you understand each and every contents of those items, 50 items from that entity. And if you analyze, means you have to get them one by one. You have to know each item. You'd say there are students in your class, or you're dealing with something else, your workers. If you know about your workers in details, you can deploy them according to their capability. But for that, you have to understand, you have to find out what is capability of every person. And if you don't find out that, then you can't do anything. You can never know about that person, what that person is. Okay, that person is designated one, I'll take that work from him, that's my job, and that's so on. So that is a rude job, rude activity. You are not conducting any research on that person, so you cannot use that person to factual requirement. Maybe that person knows much more than what you are thinking, or that person is designated in some higher position, but that person is not able to do something in lower position. This is your job. You are analyzer. It's your role to see your people, because you have to use those people for long time, for months and for years. If you cannot understand them, means you are not doing your job. What is meaning of interview? What is meaning of examination? That's only meaning. It's not that your examination pass or fail. That doesn't matter. Question is not that. Question is you have to analyze. If I appear in interview or some examination, my employer will, what shall he do? Whether this person is good for me or not. But that person cannot know that in just 10-15 minutes. How can that person know? Only asking some questions. Logical question and logical answers. If useless questions, then no answers. This happens with everybody. Those people who think, they analyze also. Because thinking forces to analyze you. And when you analyze, you know merits and demerits of everything, of that analysis item. Then you accept this or don't accept it, that is up to you. That's up to how does it fit in your job function. If it doesn't fit in, what for you shall keep it there? You shall readjust it somewhere else. I'm not saying throw that. Every activity, every person, every personal has some plus and some minus. Doesn't matter if one person is failed at one place, that person shall also fail at other place. So it's duty of a manager, it's duty of an engineer, it's duty of a person who is in a responsible position to ensure that he has done this job. This job takes some time, but it helps later. Because you know that person closely. You talk to that person, you know what he knows, what he doesn't know. So you can't forget that. Because when you talk to that person, his picture is also available in your mind, and what he says are also available in your mind. So you remember why that this person can be used as such. And you deploy that person and you write in file or where you want it for reference only. That is where deployment research is necessary. Deployment research means you know yourself, your people. Where can you use them? There are certain people who can be used, though they are not very well educated, but they work a lot on their activities-based learning. I have seen many such people in my life from different countries who can contribute a lot even though they don't have any schooling or any university or any technical background, but they do it. This means everybody has some potential. By mistake, they could not do that, they could not survive in their education, they could not go to university, or they, due to whatever reason, but those are useful, and that analysis must be made. That recruitment or you can say on job research activity must be conducted. That gives you more information about person, which can also put in, means without asking someone, where you can use that person, without asking some other one who would not tell you right or who may tell you right. It depends. But with your own choice, with your own observation of performance of that person, you can keep in your mind, not necessary to tell that person, but you can keep in your mind, if required, I can use this person in that position. That is where think works. Thinking is very important. Again, I am saying it's not simple word, it's very powerful word. When you think means use your mind, and when you don't think, you don't use your mind. And remember, thinking is not an expenditure, it's an earning. If you think, you do not lose anything, you get more and more information. Because this is super flow, natural flow, information keeps on coming and you are using that. So, organization that I talking on management or engineering, this is actually management. This is actually, you can say, engineering. This is also engineering, selection of people, definition of human resources, how you elect your resources yourself, and how you consider yourself as a resource when you are very high position. Your resource you are. Maybe your employer does not know your resource, what you are, or you are unable to express to him because there was no need as such. You are experienced one, that person trusted you and employed you, but that person expects something you to do more than what you are. And that is where you have to search yourself, what way you can help that person. Not because of money, but because of solution. When you are in job, of course you are given salaries, you are given remuneration. Sometimes those are not according to your mind, according to your value, but it doesn't mean that you are a failure. Yes, sometimes it happens. Those people who do not know anything, they get higher salaries, and they who know lot, they don't get higher salaries, because those who do not know anything, they are experts in lying, they are experts in fake statements. They can speak lies and speak anything. I can do this and I can do this. But those who really are able to do something, it's difficult for them to lie, to issue fake talks. They cannot, because the mind doesn't allow them. Mind does not allow that. So, I'm not stressing, I'm just advising. You may be in profession or may not be in profession. You may be in life, wherever. Do not miss thinking. Do not miss thinking, because thinking is your fortune. There is no fortune, no astrology, no luck, nothing. Thinking is your fortune. Think and do. Then think and do. Think it, do it, then think it and do it. Because again thinking means check it. First you think, you do it. Then you will find some errors, certainly. Not because of a thinking, but because of application of doing that. In applications you will find some errors. Or if you think that your thinking was wrong, then rethink. What's wrong with that? After all, this is in your control. You have not taken any final decision, so you can rethink anything. And remember, when you do something, of course, there can be caused some error. That error is not a crime. That error is because you did something. And there can be no error if you don't do anything. Be clear about this. Be clear about this point. I always believe in thinking, and sometimes I keep on thinking for hours. It happens with me, not because I like it, because I am habitual of that. Sometimes I even have vision during thinking, and I fall asleep for few moments. It happens with me because that energy closes my eyes. That is at that intensity where that instant my eyes can't tolerate. Because purpose of eye is not thinking, purpose of mind is thinking. Purpose of tongue is not thinking, purpose tongue to speak. Purpose of lips is not thinking, its purpose to use that power. But my tongue dries out, my throat dries out because for something, for say couple of moments, I fall asleep. Because energy was used, I could not understand it. Mind forced me, fell, and I got up again, and I had to take some water because of loss of energy. So I say organization is something in your hands. It's not in somebody's hands. Organization, building is very difficult job. It's not easy job. Writing is very easy. I put on top this, I put here this, here this, here this, here this is this, this is this. You type 10 to 50% on something and you say organization or you did not write anything in details about that. What do you think? Just write something for sake of compliance of requirement. Thinking, I can say, is organization. Simple. When you read some document, you start that document. Maybe you understand something, you don't understand something. But when you know document, what it contains, you read it very fast. In whatever field you are. In beginning, you may not find anything, any clear answer. But once you are fixed in there, you experience there. Once you say, oh, all this is repetition, this is nothing very important. Repetition is some addition or something like that. Then for you, that page doesn't take that much time to read. Just keep on page moving like, okay, this page is this page is. So just, it takes very small time of yours. Okay, I'll read this later on. There is nothing very specific. So when standard documents are used or typical documents are used, it doesn't take much time to read them. Just like you turn album and see whose photo is this. You don't stop there to investigate what photo, just keep on changing all pages. You know those people and you say, very good, very nice, very nice. You say that. So there is no point in thinking on that. Because there is nothing to think about that photograph. But we are dealing in engineering. We are dealing with activities. We are dealing with human beings. We are dealing with success and failure. So I say, never miss thinking. When you have a chance to think. Think for everything, whatever think. Think studies, think work, think whatever you want to think. Thinking means you will get one time certainly answer to your question. Those people who are not thinkers, they are only talkers. They talk only. Thinking versus talking. Talking is destructive, thinking is not destructive. Talking is useless, thinking is not useless. Because those who think, they need not talk, they do it. Well, to go further now is management, and I say keep on talking would not work. Of course, I am also here talking. I have taken plenty of time here, I think about an hour. Now we have moved further on this. And also, this is engineering management, or you can say total quality here. And also, I say this point, which is also very important, and that is general soil. Here I would like to say, I'll now stop on this and go to this. I'll stop talking on engineering management now. Because explanation has been given to you. It's up to you how much can you secure yourself related to this thinking. Now, regarding this soil and material generals, I tried a lot yesterday to try to upload my files of soil investigation onto script.com. My files are little big. I think there are 4 files, big and small all. And these are investigation files, means photographs are there, pictures are there, writings are there. So that site did not accept these files. I tried, I could not do the 4 files. So I don't have any project here that I can reflect them on. I'll see how to do that, what is the best way to refer these files to you. Because I don't see some other site where can I place these files. These are very informative files regarding soil investigation and soil, which is very important point. Also, meanwhile, I can just brief you with that what these files have. That I can do with you, as I did before also. Now let me do one by one what actually I wanted to talk to you in this regard. And I'll open the first file, that is I'll get this file, I think, final report 3 or 3 to of the month. Now first I'll start this ASAP general report. I'll go briefly on this, not explanation so much, because these are all numericals report which you don't have any basis. I can't reflect into what it is. Just I read and tell you what this contains. And this report is from one laboratory that's called Arab Center. It's just copy. I got it through some source. There's nothing in this which is, we can say that this is, you can say, copyrights or something. There's no such mention on this, but just a final report. And this is Arab Center for Engineering Studies. I'll take some water. In this, it's Arab Center Laboratories for Engineering Studies, and title is your technical investigation for OGD3 and AGD2. These are projects, front-end engineering design, FED services. Well, this was a project in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and this is final report. And I'm not going to read something was required, so I'm just going to report directly. In that, it is given that many reports are there. Example means transmittal letter, table of contents is more important. Says what is purpose of this study, scope of work, and project description, site description, prevailing conditions, general geology of area, field exploration and testing, drilling, sampling from boreholes, field testing in boreholes, excavation of trial pits, sampling from trial pits, field testing in trial pits, field density test and soil electrical resistivity testing, field soil thermal resistivity testing, laboratory testing with laboratory tests and codes, and surface and subsurface conditions, which are ground materials, physical, mechanical and thermal properties, materials chemical properties, and then sulfate content in the chemical properties, sulfate content, chloride content, other chemicals contents, oil and grease, hydrocarbons and pH value. These are all chemical properties. And then go to next page, and it is groundwater and cavities. Then general discussion for choice of suitable foundations and footing on sand, general consideration of settlement, consideration of bearing capacity, Choice of types of foundations. Their conclusion and recommendations are foundation depth and type, tank foundation and hydrostatic testing, and allowable bearing pressure and foundation settlement and soil design parameters, foundation subject to vibrations and general considerations in designing dynamic basis, then subgrade excavation, pavement considerations, objectives, method of analysis, subgrade properties, recommended type of pavement, general consideration and earth pressure parameters, site site preparation and cleaning and grabbing, cut and fill, side slopes, protection and monitoring, and earth dikes and beams, drainage, dewatering, excavation method, excavability and excavation, side slopes and or later supporting system. Then it is backfill material and compaction criteria, structural fill, general fill, borrow sources and soil resistivity and corrosivity, foundation concrete, tectonic of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, seismicity and earthquake area of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, ground shaking and free field ground acceleration, liquefaction, densification, collapse potential, swelling and shrinkage potential, inspection during foundation excavation, and then important note and then list of figures. Figures are major faults in SC region of Arabian Peninsula, seismic affecting in SC region of Arabian Peninsula, and an earthquake area in SC region of Arabian Peninsula, an average value of maximum, etc. And list of tables. There are existing ground level, plant coordinates, UTM coordinates, and depth for all boreholes and existing ground level, plant coordinates, UTM coordinates, and excavated depth of trial pits. Then proposed foundation level, foundation type, and allowable bearing pressure. Then representative comparison waves and shear wave velocities, and summary of CBR and modified Proctor, and then earth pressure and soil parameters, and soil corrosivity versus resistivity. So these are contents of this. So if you go now further on, this is some more contents, and that's Appendix A as location of boreholes and trial pits, means where boreholes are located. Appendix B is logs of boring and trial pits. Then section B1 is region to logs of boring and trial pits, logs of boring and logs of trial pits, and generalized subsurface profiles. Then field test results are field density test results, soil electrical resistivity test results, soil thermal resistivity test results, standard penetration test results, and laboratory test results, grading curve, Atterberg limits and soil classification, moisture content test results, and moisture density relationship test results, and CBR test results, lab permeability test results, laboratory thermal resistivity test results, oil and grease test results, chemical test results for soil and groundwater. Then you go to introduction. We forget introduction, only introduction. Now purpose of study. Let us see what's purpose of study. Purpose of study is to determine surface and subsurface conditions at proposed project and physical, mechanical, and chemical properties of investigated ground in order to provide structural engineer with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundation. Then scope of work consists of following: collecting information and maps particular to site, such as public services, site plan and land use maps. Then making inspection visits to site to collect information about present land use, subsurface topography, surface topography, geological features, and surface drainage. Then drilling total of 28 numbers boreholes and in situ test, and sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples, excavation of 3 numbers trial pits, carrying out 14 numbers field density tests, and carrying out 18 number electivity resistivity tests, and 0.75, 1.5 meters, 2.25 meters, and 3 meters of 4.5 meters spacing. Now carrying out 6 numbers field thermal resistivity tests, carrying out physical, mechanical, thermal, and chemical laboratory testing as follows. Now in soil sample, we have to see particle size analysis, we have to see material passing number 200 sieve, moisture content, Ethelberg limit, modified Proctor, and California bearing ratio, lab thermal resistivity, permeability, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH, calcium, carbonate and magnesium, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. Then in groundwater, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfates content, pH and magnesium, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. Then performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings. Then developing conclusion and recommendation for design and construction, and then reporting also there. Then if you go to project description, what project says, all of this. What project says, let us see. It says now what project says, this is a plant AG2 plant ASAP started in 2000. Existing plant comprises two identical trains, total 826 MSCFD, having gas separation and condensate stabilization, followed by sour residue gas dehydration using triethylene glycol. Sour residue gas is compressed and re-injected back into formation. I think some clouds, or I don't know what. Just hold on, please, just more half a minute. I'll be back in half a minute. Let me see whether sometimes there's a problem here. So this is description, says this existing plant comprises two identical trains having gas separation and condensate stabilization, followed by sour residue gas dehydration using triethylene glycol. Sour residue gas is compressed and re-injected back into formation. This is just a description of project. Now plant shall sweeten and dry 743 MMSCFD of sour rich gas from AGD1 Dry sweet gas shall be processed in two ways, two new NGL recovery units. NGL means this is gas to liquid, natural gas to liquid will be transported by a new pipeline or within existing pipeline if capacity is available to waste for fractionation. Now, new process facilities shall include following: gas treating, molecular seal dehydration, NGL recovery, acid gas compression. Now, in addition to processing facilities, existing utilities workshop, laboratory, warehouse, and fire station are likely to be expanded. Now, site lies at 1 kilometer southwest of Abu Dhabi, and existing ground levels in area of proposed boreholes and trial pits are given in table number 1. Site is divided into two parts, and that is, in area of existing gas plant, area is mostly covered by dune sand and partially with silty sand fill. Site includes a storage area at location of borehole 19. Site area immediately adjacent to existing plant area was generally flat. Remaining area was generally irregular in topography. Overall maximum level difference between investigated points is about 6 meters. Area of borehole 18 is 11 meter lower than highest area of site. Now, building area. Investigated borehole BH52 and 53 are located within fence area, including existing fire station and existing control room. Two boreholes are generally at same level. No faults or some other special geotechnical features were observed at site. A general site plan showing borehole and trial pit locations within project site area is enclosed as Appendix A. Now, prevailing weather conditions, site is situated in Abu Dhabi, where a hot arid climate prevails. A hot arid climate is one where evaporation exceeds precipitation. Hot arid climate is one where evaporation exceeds precipitation, such as rain and dewfall. This climate regime produces characteristic hot desert terrains. Average annual rainfall may only be a few centimeters, even only a few millimeters in some parts, which usually occurs seasonally and sometimes only from a single cloud burst. Summer shade temperatures are frequently in excess of 40 degrees Celsius, and humidities may be around 100%. Near coast. Contrast between maximum night and day temperatures and between night and day humidities are often great. Strong persistent winds are normal in many areas. This unfavorable climate imposes adverse conditions on concrete structures such as high temperature and high seasonal changes, high humidity and high change in relative humidity, strong dry winds and condensation at night, wind-borne salt laden dust, high solar radiation. Now, general geology of area. Now, it's Arabian Gulf, which is mainly of extensive carbonate sediments. Fuchs and Nell, 1969, developed a geomorphological model, division of mountain and pediment plan of Arabian Peninsula and Gulf area in 4 sediment deposition zones. Coastline of UAE forms Zone 4. Base plain, which is mostly plano Pleistocene, Pleistocene or recent in age. Superficial deposits of zone consist mainly Superficial deposits of this zone consist mainly of sand dunes, loess sand dunes, loess and evaporates together with marine sand and silts. Principal transporting agents of environment is wind and evaporates and are a rare sheet flows in some bodies. At coastal areas, marine agencies help sorting wind-blown materials and extensive deposits of bioclastic sand. Salty coastal subcast areas are common and they form large part of this coastline. Although wind-blown materials tend to predominate where a great quantities of dust, silt and sand are moved during periods of high wind, water plays an important part in controlling this phenomenon. Flash floods are relatively rare, and whatever mending stream actually reaching coastal plain is usually short-lived after downpour. But standing water table, which may be quite near to ground surface, influences desert processes as this zone usually represents base level down to which wind erosion takes place. Wind erosion may more or less stops when sand and silt are damp. Capillary moisture movement from shallow water table to ground surface readily occurs, enhanced by continual evaporation mechanism. In these conditions, a thick salt crust can build up from continual precipitation of salts dissolved in groundwater, even if they are in very weak dilution. Crystals of these salts are also blown by wind and can contaminate dunes and other parts of desert surface. Capillary moisture movement depends on many factors, but it can be up to 3 meter to 4 meter above water table in fine soil. These deposits are common in desert coastal regions and particularly extensive around this coast line. Coastal salty deposits are known as sabkha, as indicated above. Superficial deposits overlie interbedded sandstones, gypsy, ferrous, mudstone, siltstone, mudstone, gypsum, limestones, calci, siltites, siltstones, and conglomerates. Field exploration. Now this is a report which was surveyed in 2003 or 2002. Now it's given out drilling. 28 boreholes were drilled at project site. Boreholes are numbered BH1 through BH26 and BH52 and BH53. Bore holes numbers. Now existing ground levels, plant coordinates and drilled depths of all boreholes are presented in table 1. I'm now going to talk about this table. It's very important one for information. We'll see some tables and then I'll go further on other topics. Sorry, I'll read it just a minute. Let me close my window. I think humidity is rising. Humidity is rising. The problem is that. Let me close that window, one window, because it's increasing and making it difficult to sleep. Existing ground levels, plant coordinates and drilled depths for all boreholes. Sorry. I'll just read this because I cannot show you this. Without projector I cannot show you this. And let us see if I'm not able to upload this file somewhere. Just for information purpose I am just going to speak to you. This table for 28 boreholes. And let us see how it works. Now existing ground levels, plant coordinates and drilled depths for all the holes. Now there are columns. This number 1 is borehole number. Then there is a plant coordinates in which easting and northing 2 columns are there. And there is existing ground level, that is in meters. And then there is a drill depth. What is that? These are for, drilling. What was drilling, up to what depth drillings were done. It is that information. So it is from borehole 1 to borehole 26 and then borehole 52 and 53 on this document. So I just read it for you, for your information. I know that just reading is not enough. Showing is more important, but we'll see later on. Just for your information, I am giving you this now. This person is not accepting Anil Kumar, just disturbing only. Borehole number 1, BH1, easting and northing. Easting is given 210,530. Northing is 258,0860. Existing level is 131.69 and drilling depth is 20 meters. BH2 210503. Northing is 2581117. 134.39 existing level. Depth is 20. Drill depth. Then BH3 210615. Northing is 2580855. Then existing ground is 133.13. Drill depth is 20. Now BH4 210615 and drill depth. Northing easting is 2581055 and level is 135.01 and drill depth is 20. I think BH4 I have to see. I gone through BH5, my error. I'll read it BH4 now. Correction. VH4 easting northing is 210615, easting is 2580955, and level is 132.93, and drill depth is 10 meters. In VH5, this number one is your northing, that is easting. It says ES6 210617, resting 2581126, and level is 130.14, 132.14, and this is 20 meters. VH5. There's some problem in this reading. I'll take some water. I think it may not be useful for me just reading it. Maybe I take some photograph of that. It is not that. Okay, we will take photograph of that. That's better. Photograph that I can guess the site. Take a photograph of this chart. Okay, let me take some photograph of this. I think that's better. I can take some photograph. Oh yes, I think this is the best idea. Okay, let's take photograph. How can I take photograph this way? This way, how can this way? This way. I'll take photograph this way. This is best, Okay. I take a photograph. I'll show you that. It's better, I think, rather than wasting time. Okay, I'll show you a photograph for this rather than taking that. If you take this way, you can't read there. You can see that. Wait a minute. There. This is table here. This is photograph I just taken for information, and this is giving you in various columns borehole numbers, then easting and westing, then levels, ground levels, and depth to which boring was done. Again I show you. Hold on please. This yeah. See, column number 1 is BH, that's boreholes, number of boreholes, then it is easting, then it's westing, then it is ground level, and then it is drill depth of that bore. So it's clear this way rather than, if you see, I can't speak everything right that. No. That's the other way around. If I find another table, I'll do same thing with that. So this is, I'm giving you here complete details of boreholes. That's plain plant calling easting northing, and then existing ground level. After that, drill depths. These are indicated here. Then if you go to other one, that is table number, then existing ground levels, plant coordinates, and drill depth for all boreholes 23, 24, 25, 27. So there's one means it appears one was up to all base 22. Now remaining is also there. That is given same way. There's nothing new. So levels are related to that. And in that graph which I gave you, it was up to pH 22, The remaining one is there up to 53. And same way means something new in that. Now, certain borehole locations were determined by whatever company. A rotary drilling was executed by which company? Okay. Borehole logs, detailings and reference numbers of boreholes, lithological description of materials encountered with depth, structural details of each layer, methods of drilling, result of in situ testing, depth and elevation of boreholes and depth of groundwater tables are present in logs of boring, appendix number B. Sampling from boreholes, I will read this one, this is very important one. Sampling from boreholes. Sampling from boreholes. Now this stuff split spoon samples were taken. This term is split spoon samples were obtained from boreholes. Disturbed samples using a split barrel tube sampler were obtained where SPT was performed in soil. Undisturbed rock samples were not possible to be obtained since bedrock level was not reached in any of drilled boreholes. So undisturbed rock samples were not possible. Then samples recovered were immediately examined. Samples recovered were immediately examined, described, classified, identified and coded by laboratory geotechnical engineer, placed in waterproof plastic bags and taken to ACES laboratory for testing and storage on same day as soon as drilling of boreholes was completed. All samples were protected against weather conditions until they had been transported to laboratory for testing. Care was taken during handling, packing, transporting and storing of samples to protect them against all moisture content alterations. Field testing in boreholes. Now, field testing in boreholes, standard penetration tests were performed at different depths in all boreholes to obtain approximate consistencies and relative densities of ground materials. These tests are performed in accordance with BS 1377, Part 9, 1990, Amendment 8264/95. Determination of penetration resistance using split barrel sample SPT. Test results are shown on logs of boring at depths of test. Standard penetration test is defined in legend to bring boring logs at test in appendix B. Interpretation of test results are also given in legend. So field testing, it is standard penetration test performed at different depths in all boreholes to obtain approximate consistency and relative density. Now, evaluation of test pits. During period, whatever period in 2002, 3 trial pits were manually excavated. This is trial pits. 3 trial pits were manually excavated. Pits were excavated to a depth of 1.5 meters below existing ground surface, except TP6, which was excavated to 2.5 meters. Locations of trial pits were proposed by whatever company. Locations are also shown on site plan appendix A. Existing ground levels, coordinates and excavation depth for all trial pits are summarized. Now, table number 2, existing ground level of these are, let us say I give you a photograph of this for your clarity better. Few photographs not bad, I'll take this photograph for this so that it will be clear to you what I'm talking of, Wait a minute. This one better. Now I'll show you what I'm saying is, this is that photograph here I was taken for trial pits. This is existing ground levels, plant coordinates. What it is, I'll just read for you. It is giving that TP number, trial pit number 3, 4 and 5, plant coordinates, easting, northing, and then existing ground level and excavation depth. In first two is 1.5 meter and then 2.5 meter. This is given in this. So these are trial pits. Okay, let's move further. Now, sampling from trial pits. Now we are talking of something else. I'm just going to give you some details about this because I have to start other subjects also. So it is sampling from trial pits. Now representative bulk samples were obtained at every change of data from each trial pit throughout excavated depths. These samples were placed in waterproof plastic bags, labeled and taken to laboratory for further examination and testing. Following laboratory tests were performed on selected samples, which are natural moisture content, grain size analysis, percentage fines passing C number 200, then Atterberg limits moisture density relationship modified, CBR thermal resistivity and chemical tests. All laboratory test results are presented in Appendix D. Now trial pit logs including PI in situ density, plastic index, then this is trial pit logs including PI in situ density, modified Proctor CBR test results are presented in Appendix B. Okay. Field testing in trial pits. All sides and bottom of each pit were thoroughly examined and described by lab engineer, geotechnical engineer as per ASTM-D 2488. Soil classification was adjusted according to ASTM-D 2487. All sides of bottom of each pit were thoroughly examined and described by ACES, geotechnical engineer per ASTM-D 2488. Soil classification was adjusted according to ASTM-D 2487 after completing laboratory testing. In situ density test was performed in each trial pit every 0.5 meter interval as shown in trial pit legs. Appendix B, Scene B3 and table number C.1.1. C1 Appendix C. Field density test. A total of 14 numbers in situ density tests were carried out within site area every half meter depth. In trial pits and 1 meter depth in area of BH5, BH7 and BH22. So, what is say? I say total of 14 in situ density tests were carried out within site area every half meter depth in trial pits and 1 meter depth in area of BH5 and 7 and BH22. Test results are summarized. Appendix C. Test was carried out in accordance with ASTM D 1556. Density and unit weight of soil in place of sand core method. Now, test was carried out in accordance with ASTM D 1556 density and unit weight of soil in place by sand cone method. Soil electivity resistivity testing. Eighteen sets of electrical resistivity testing were conducted at site at selected boreholes and trial pits locations. Each set of reading consists of 5 readings at different spacings between electrodes 0.75 meter, 1.5 meter, 2.25 meter, 3 meters, 4.5 meters. So spacing is 0.75 meters, then up to 1.5 meters, 75 spacing, then 2.25, the 75, 0.75 meter spacing, then 3 meters, and the 7.5, 0.75, and then 4.5, which is 1.5 meter. So interval spacing in 2 directions perpendicular to each other. Test was carried out according to ASTM G5795A, standard method for field measurement of soil resistivity using Wenner 4 electrode method. Now, portable Megger DET5/4D digital diesel earth tester was used. That is Megger, portable Megger DET5/4D digital earth tester was used. Now, test results are presented in table, whatever you can say, appendix C. Now, field soil thermal resistivity test. Field soil thermal resistivity test. A total of 6 numbers thermal resistivity tests using field thermal needle were carried out at location of BH3, BH8, BH15, BH17, BH24 and BH25 at 1 meter depth. Field needle was penetrated into soil and measurement of resistance of thermistor in probe was recorded using DMM digital multimeter. Attachment to thermistor point in front pane of power supply unit. Soil thermal resistivity was determined depending on temperature difference in time intervals. Temperature of probe during test was calculated using temperature resistance relation, taking into consideration field needle characteristics constants. This test was carried out according to IEE standard 442/1981 IEE guide for soil thermal resistivity measurements. Results are presented. Okay, why these people don't agree on? Then laboratory testing. In order to determine physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical properties of ground, laboratory tests were performed. In order to determine physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical properties of ground materials, laboratory tests were performed on selected samples from boreholes, trial pits and from um, again I read laboratory testing in order to determine physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical properties of ground material. Physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical properties of ground materials. Laboratory tests were performed on selected samples from boreholes, trial pits and from existing surfaces. Laboratory test results are prepared in Appendix D. Now laboratory tests was thought that is moisture content, then grain size analysis minus 200 C according to minus number 200 C, Atterberg limits modify Proctor, then California bearing ratio, lab permeability, soil thermal resistivity, water soluble sulfate content, water soluble chloride content, then calcium carbonate content, magnesium of soil contents according to mix of magnesium soil, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons, pH value, classification of soil and engineering purpose, and description of soil according to ASTM. Now these are laboratory tests, and we see reference here gives that laboratory tests. So laboratory tests are moisture content according to ASTM D221698, that is laboratory determination of water moisture content of soil and rock. Then grain size analysis according to ASTM D426398, particle size analysis of soil. Then minus number 200 sieve according to ASTM D 114000, amount of material in soils finer than number 200 bracket 75 micrometer sieve. Attribute limits of soil according to ASTM D 43318, liquid limits, plastic limits and plastic index of soils. And modified Proctor according to ASTM D 155700, that's laboratory compaction characteristics of soil using modified efforts. 56,000 feet per feet cube, or 2,700 kilonewton meter per meter cube. For moisture distillation. So California Billing Ratio CBR according to ASTM-D 1883-99, CBR California Billing Ratio of laboratory compacted soil. Lab permeability according to ASTM-D 2432, 34 and 94, air permanently of granular soil constant head. After that is soil thermal resistivity according to IEE standard 442 1981, IE guide for soil thermal resistivity measurement. Water soluble sulfate contents of soil according to BS 1377 parts 1990, amendment 90 28 96. And then it is water soluble sulfate content of soil according to BS 1377 part 1990, amendment 1928 96. Determination of sulfate content of soil clauses 5.3 and 5.5. Water soluble chloride contents of soil and then it comes to calcium carbonate contents of soil according to BS 1377 part 3 1990, amendment 1928-96, determination of carbonates content clause 6.3. Magnesium of soil according to Alright, then we go further, then it is sometimes calcium carbonate contents of soil according to BS 1377 part 3 1990, mm 902896, determination of carbonate contents clause 6.3. Magnesium of soil according to AST the 511 9398 bracket. Okay, then there are so many other tests which are given here, and we have to take tests: calcium carbonate test, magnesium soil, oil and grease, and pH value, classification of soils, description of soils. It says BS 5930 1998. So we go further, codes, and code says BS 5930 1999 code of practice for site investigation. Surface and subsurface conditions. Let us have a brief on this. What is surface and subsurface conditions? Let me go through this very little. Boreholes show that there are general similarities and continuities of subsurface materials encountered. However, some local variations were observed within whole site area. Generalized subsurface profile A and BB are presented in figure number 1 and 2, section B4, appendix B. Location of lines are shown on figure 1, appendix A. Profiles were constructed by direct interpolation. Not. So, material, physical, mechanical and thermal properties. Now, sieve analysis and Ettelbach limits test results were used to classify soils according to ASTM D2487 Unified Soil Classification System. Whereas tables given in target in legend of boring login appendix B were used to describe relative density of coarse grained soils and consistency of fine grained materials. This is relative density of coarse grained soils and consistency of fine grained materials. Natural moisture content, modified Proctor, CBR, permeability and thermal resistivity were also carried out on selected samples of moisture. So we go further. It's very important. Further information about material encountered and their physical and mechanical properties can be obtained from Appendix D. Let's go further. Material chemical properties, sulfate content. Sulfate content expressed as SO4 or soil and samples treated from boreholes, not anything. So sulfate content, chloride content for same soil samples are also shown in Appendix D. Similarly, other chemical contents, oil and grease and hydrocarbons, pH value, groundwater, etc., etc. General discussion for choice of suitable foundations. Let's say discussion for this. We'll see appendix later on. We'll just going in brief to know what we are doing. Alright, general discussion for choice of suitable foundations. In designing foundations, engineer must satisfy two independent foundation stability requirements, which must be met simultaneously. What are these? It's 6 o'clock. So I'll read this and I think then we start something else. Now, in these are two factors. These are independent foundation stability requirements, which must be met simultaneously. One is there should be an adequate safety against shear failure. There should be an adequate safety against shear failure. Within soil mass, working loads should not exceed allowable bearing capacity of soil being built upon. I repeat, there should be an adequate safety against shear failure within soil mass. Working loads should not exceed allowable bearing capacity of soil being built upon. Probable maximum and differential settlement of soil under any part of foundation must be limited to safe and tolerable limits. Footing on sand. Now this is general one. Footing on sand. Footing of sand, or general we can say, general then consideration of settlement, then we can say consideration of bearing capacity, now it's now what type of foundations we have to give. Now site is underlain by sand. Site is underlain by sand. So choice of foundation depends primarily on relative density of sand. Alright. So site is underlain by sand, so choice of foundations depends primarily on relative density of sand and on position of water table. Relative density determined in bearing capacity and settlement, whereas position of water table has an appreciable influence on bearing capacity and settlement. Now consideration of settlement. Consideration of settlement. Okay. Consideration of settlement. We can also nurse water. Unlike cohesive soils, settlement in cohesionless soil take place during initial application of foundation loads. Is time independent and is in most cases governing factor in selecting design soil pressure. 1 inch maximum limit of settlement. 1 inch maximum limit of settlement in buildings is generally adopted on premise that maximum settlement is restricted to this amount. Differential settlements amongst footings of a given building would be within tolerable limits. A relationship was developed as early as 1948 by Tarjagi and Peak. So what does it mean when we say 1 inch? A relationship was developed as early as 1948. That is Tarjagi and Pack between soil pressure to produce a given settlement, that is 1 inch, and N value from standard penetration test on basis of general knowledge of loads, settlement and N values of various sand supported footings. Consideration of bearing capacity. No completely adequate vigorous theory exists for calculating ultimate capacity of footings. However, satisfactory approximate solutions have been obtained on basis of vigorous simplifying assumptions. Tarjagi 1948 and Sahara. Okay, we have to do a little practical here. So, no complete adequate vigorous theory exists for calculating ultimate capacity of footings. Satisfactory approximate solutions have been obtained on basis of vigorous simplifying assumptions. Tarjagi in 1948 and Mayers of 1955 demonstrated that bearing capacity of footing is derived from two sources: A, frictional resistance due to weight of sand below level of footing, that is frictional resistance due to weight of sand below level of footing, and a frictional resistance due to weight of surrounding surcharge of backfill. Hmm. 6:15. So we can say this is friction, frictional resistance. Then, due to weight of surroundings such as a backfill, unit weight of sand is in itself not an important variable in determining of carrying capacity of footing. However, if sand is located below free water surface, only its submerged weight is effective in producing friction, and therefore position of water table is with outstanding practical importance in establishing the wearing wall. Then you can say the unit weight of sand is not itself an important variable in determining bearing capacity of a footing. However, if sand is located below free water surface, only its submerged weight is effective in producing friction, and therefore position of water table is with outstanding practical importance in establishing bearing capacity of footing on sand, and bearing capacity of is also greatly influenced by relative density. Bearing solutions try show that ultimate bearing capacity of footings on sand depends then that's it. So bearing solutions drives show that ultimate bearing capacity of footing on sand depends mainly on four variables: position of water table, relative density of sand, width of footing, and depth of surcharge surrounding footing. A relationship between n value from that standard penetration test and bearing capacity was established. However, this relationship is approximate. So it says again, I say bearing capacity drive shows that ultimate bearing capacity of footing on sand depends mainly on four variables, that is position of water table, the relative density of sand, the width of footing, and depth of the charge surrounding footing. Hmm. Choice of types of foundations. Choice of particular type of foundation depends upon character of soil, presence of groundwater at that site, magnitude of imposed loads and project characteristics. One has to choose types of foundation which is not merely safe but also economical. For particular case, no information about imposed load is available to a laboratory at stage of reporting. Water table was not encountered in boreholes down to maximum drill depth. Materials encountered during site investigation are medium dense to very dense sand and shown in borehole logs approximately. Appendix B, section B2. According to above conditions, shallow foundations are considered satisfactory to be used as per following recommendations. Conclusions and recommendations. Conclusion and recommendations. According to field and laboratory investigations, subsurface conditions, engineering analysis and practical experience, it can be concluded that proposed structures facilities can be satisfactorily supported by grounds at site, provided that following recommendations are taken into consideration. Foundation depth and type. Now, shallow foundation, isolated footings connected with tie beams and or strip foundation footings or rough foundations can be laid at different depths as shown in temple 3. Now, shallow foundations, can be laid at different depths. Material encountered at these depths are medium dense to very dense sand with silt materials which considered suitable to provide adequate support or proposed structure. No groundwater table was encountered, so no dewatering would be required. Below foundation levels, any or soft, organic or any other unsuitable material exposed shall be removed and replaced with well compacted granular material. Below foundation level, soft, organic and sand. I think we should complete this paragraph and change. So no dewatering is required. Below foundation level, soft, organic and other unsuitable material exposed shall be removed and replaced with well compacted granular material. Exposed subgrade at foundation level, top 20 centimeters. Alright. Exposed subgrade at foundation level, top 20 centimeter, shall be moisture conditioned and compacted by appropriate means to 95% maximum dry density obtained by modified Proctor ASTM D in 1557. After this, you can say a suitable cover should be provided above top of foundation to protect foundation ground from erosion and foundation from thermal and weather system. And then you can say a suitable cover should be provided above top of foundation to protect foundation ground from erosion and foundations from thermal and weather seasonal variations. And in areas of pH 15, 18 and 21, excavate existing ground surface to 2 meters depth to reach natural soil. Prepare exposed subgrade as in item E above. Construct engineered fill layers of compacted, selected, graded, granular backfill materials. Okay, so I'll read it again and then close. In area of BH 15, 18, 21, excavate existing ground surface to 2 meters depth to reach natural soil. Prepare export subgrade as in item E above. Construct engineered fill-in layers of compacted, selected, graded granular backfill materials 25 centimeter thick each. Backfill should be extended laterally minimum of 0.5 meter from edges of foundation. Backfill should be compacted to 95% of maximum dry density obtained by modified Proctor ASTM D1557. Engineered fill shall reach foundation depth shown in table number 3. Now plate bearing test shall be carried out every 1 meter of engineered fill and at foundation level to verify allowable bearing cap pressure of total equipment. Then it is tank foundations and hydrostatic testing. We will take it later on, not now. I'll move to now. I close this soil and move to this is page 424. I'll move to now soil general, as is also now time is too short. So let me take section 1 general and move accordingly. However, what I remember was all that even somewhere compressed gas cylinders and hot water welding. So we are in safety, I think, no. Occupational health and safety we are watching. I think somewhere here we are. Occupational health and safety we are talking. Where I was yesterday, I exactly don't remember. Right, 66 is all right. Let's be fast. protection, building, demolition, materials, inner site facilities. Okay, let us take occupational health and safety. Let's start here, occupational health and safety. Now, let me put off light. I think light is no use. Occupational health and safety, this is actually very important, but I already talked to you about this. Okay. Now, in this occupational health and safety, this is general I am going, general is moving, it's nothing there. Still is general, still, general is moving, I'm talking general. Soil I have finished and I'm talking general now. Okay. In this index there is so many chapters like scope, responsibility, organization for occupational health and safety reporting, accident, general sanitation, safety notice board, compensation for damage, occupational health and safety performance, occupational health and safety leadership and accountability, safe working arrangements, labor rights, benefits and obligations, language barriers and communication issues, communications, consultations and participation. Then management review, contractors occupational health and safety plans, general occupational health and safety plan policy, risk assessment and job hazard analysis, intervention requirement for training method statements, the emergency response plan ERP, general earthquake management plan, earthquake emergency management plan, and then background requirements, phase 1 gap analysis as is, phase 2 implementation, phase 3 future requirements, what should we do during an earthquake and what should we do after an earthquake, special safety requirement and precautions, permits, guarantee, mechanical plant, machinery and equipment, existing utilities, excavations, warning signs, confined spaces, lifting operations, lifting gears, scaffolding. Then hot work and welding, compressed gas cylinders, working at height, electrical, first aid and cleaning, fire precaution and prevention, general emergency equipment, hazardous substances, safety of public, working in public areas, so welfare, safety and protection of workmen, general personal protective equipment, PPE, attire, then safety equipment, support facilities for contractors, staff and labor, summer working conditions and fatigue, additional environment protection and pollution control, plant and equipment test certificates, and labor accommodation, general quality of labor accommodation, provisions for fire safety, provisions for health care, access to transport, access to religious, social and domestic facilities, access to communication, number, quality and location of sanitation facilities, food preparation areas, pest and vermin control, security at labor camp, social issues, competence of labor accommodation management, environment conditions at labor accommodation, health and safety for labor accommodation residents. And then now occupational health and safety. Now this relates to protection, building, demolition, materials, engineer site facilities, setting out of works. So responsibilities now, it is contractor's responsibility to implement occupational health and safety. We have already gone through this. In this, safety plant and equipment, safety means of handling, transporting and storage of articles in substations and substances, adequate training, instruction, information, supervision, a safe place to work with safe access to and egress from place of works, a safety and health environment, and adequate welfare facilities. We have already gone through this. Also, we have gone through this contractor's responsibility to conduct his operations in such a manner as to prevent injury to persons or damage to property. Contractor shall take precautions for protection against risks and shall inspect occupational health and safety conditions where work are being executed. Contractor shall conform to all acts, orders and regulations made by official authority with response to occupational health and safety. Contractor shall note that occupational health and safety shall be treated with high importance of all stages of contract. Contractor shall understand that contract price includes execution, program for provisions and implementation of an occupational health and safety policy, and plan to ensure highest standards are enforced throughout construction, pre-commissioning and commissioning. Now, contractor's attention is drawn to requirements of latest revisions of Qatar construction specifications. Qatar law, all these laws yesterday we have talked, so there is no need. We'll further move. Organization for occupational health and safety, we talked this also yesterday, so no need of talking this again. Then we go to further, we go to where right report accidents, we reported that one also. And then we go to incident investigation. So we also did the general sanitation. Let us see what is, maybe I remember we did that. Yes, we did that. Safety notice board also we did that. So we went to compensation of damage. That also we worked occupational health and safety performance, and occupational health and safety leadership and accountability. That's the occupational health and safety performance was there. Maybe I think we did that. Let's hope. I'll stop otherwise I don't exactly remember. This you won't understand. These guys are sending unnecessary. These are disturbing me. They are doing sin against my work. I know why they are sending all disturbance. No. Contractor shall the occupational health and safety performance. Contractor shall ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all subcontractors, visitors, vendors, public and other parties, and may enter work sites or amounts identified bill of quantities. Should acceptable occupational health and safety performance not be maintained by contractor, then engineer may, in addition to whatever amount withhold under contract without up to 10%, withhold up to 10% of amount of any interim invoice issued by contractor. Contractor shall develop and implement programs which act as incentives for their team at all levels to make a positive contribution to good health and safety performance. We had gone through that actually, no acceleration. Occupation, health and safety leadership and accountability. Then it should be a contractor shall be committed to health and safety leadership. This is to be achieved through working in partnership with main project stakeholders including engineer and client. Contractor shall demonstrate commitment to safety, health and welfare of all stakeholders with workers in the projects, and shall demonstrate leadership in achieving following objectives: safe, healthy workplace, consulted on their working conditions, be consulted on the working conditions to be heard and to influence their working conditions, return home from work unharmed at end of each working day, to which everyone has a right to. Contractors shall provide opportunities through forums and meetings involving important project stakeholders including client, engineer, subcontractors and other relevant contractors to raise health and safety issues, assist in developing assist in developing leadership program, share good practice and recognize for good performance. Contractors, senior management shall visibly demonstrate support, commitment, leadership and accountability on health and safety issues by following actions. Engineers Zero Harm Initiative, training employees to work safety, recognizing and rewarding employees, identify risks to health and safety and develop mitigation control plans and communicate these to workers, reinforce safe work practices, place health and safety as a first item on agenda of meetings, allocate adequate resources for health and safety management and implementation, develop health and safety targets and objectives and measures, and review performance, foster positive health and safety culture and behavior through their own actions, treat health and safety as a core value equal to importance with productivity, quality, and ethical standards, participate in health and safety meetings and safety walkabouts, develop efficient contingency plans and allocate adequate emergency resources, provide trained and competent workforce, promote personal health and well-being and seek to exceed current legislation in relation to welfare and labor facilities. Safe working arrangements. Contractors shall have arrangements to empower their staff to make sensible decisions about their own safety and safety of others affected by what they do and not put themselves to others at risk of harm. Contractor to have safe working arrangement that ensures that health and safety concerns can be raised and associated actions taken. Employees can stop work immediately where they believe that others are at risk of harm. No disciplinary action is taken against those who use work safe arrangements to raise a genuine health and safety concern. That process has cascaded to their subcontractors. All such arrangements shall be briefed to all staff, including agency or subcontract staff, before they start work. Where safety concerns are raised or a stop work process has been invoked, employers shall document them and action taken to resolve them, and shall advise others working on project where issue is likely to impact on them or be similar to those faced by other organizations. Labor rights, benefits and obligations. Labor rights, benefits and obligations. Contractors shall document implementation of labor law, in particular with respect to following: recruitment, contracts, wages, and that is severance pay, records and files, work files, working hours, and leave, collective labor expenses. So let's start now. This number one: labor rights, benefits and obligations. 6:47. I'll go for this just for 15 minutes more, and I'll shift to FIDIC. Now, labor rights, benefits and obligations. Contractor shall document implementation of labor law, in particular with respect to following points: recruitment. Recruitment. Contractor shall maintain an up-to-date list of all agencies used and should provide copies of licenses for sale to engineer. Contractors shall through their best endeavors satisfy themselves and engineer that recruitment agencies used do not charge recruits any fees inconsistent with those allowed for under labor law, Qatar law number 14 of year 2004. Contracts. Contractor shall retain for inspection by engineer copies of written employment contracts for all employees working on project. Such employment contracts shall be in accordance with requirements of labor law and no contract clauses may contravene labor law. Wages. Wage register shall be retained in accordance with requirements of labor law. Contractor shall update wage register to ensure that employees' wages, including relevant overtime payments, are paid in a timely fashion. And in a manner consistent with requirements of labor law. Alright then, come on. Wage. A wage register shall be retained in accordance with requirements of labor law. Contractor shall update wage register to ensure that employees' wages, including relevant overtime payments, are paid in time, are made in timely fashion, and in a manner consistent with requirements of labor law. Okay, then we say severance payment. These records shall be available for inspection by engineer and shall clearly identify overtime payments for races. Okay. Severance pay. Contractor shall retain records to demonstrate that payment of severance payment have been made where appropriate in accordance with Article 132 of Labor Law. Then records and files shall be retained in accordance with labor law and shall be made available to engineer for inspection. Work rules and discrepancy rules. Work rules and discrepancy rules. These shall be in accordance with labor law, shall be conspicuously displayed and provided to engineer. Working hours and leave. Okay, now severance pay, now records and files are over. Now work rules and discrepancy rules. These shall be in accordance with labor law shall be conspicuously displayed and shall be provided to engineer working hours and leave. Contractor shall retain records to demonstrate that all employees' working hours and leave allowances are consistent with requirements of labor law. Collective labor disputes. Collective labor disputes. Any or all collective labor disputes shall be dealt with in accordance with requirements of labor law. Complete records of all such disputes shall be retained by contractor for review by engineer. As minimum, contractor shall inform engineer immediately on receipt of complaint claim from employee. Subcontracts as such, subcontracts are talking as such obligations relating to recruitment contracts, wages, records and files, work rules and disciplinary rules, working hours and leave, and collective labor disputes shall be passed on to subcontractor in a way event that works are subcontracted by contractor. Similarly, subcontractor records shall be made available to engineer. Okay, then we go to as such, contract shall provide copies of contract work rules, discipline rules, pay slips etc. to employees in the range of appropriate language as widely understood by workforce. Contractor shall submit a monthly declaration to engineer outlining compliance with labor law in relation to payment of wages and working hours for proceedings period. Contractor shall facilitate contract between project employees and relevant and independent bodies such consultants, NGOs, or other relevant organizations offering social support. A list of such local contracts shall be provided to new employees during their induction process. Up-to-date list of contact details for these organizations shall also be displayed in public areas such as canteen recreation areas. Then language barrier and communication issues. Now we'll stop here. This is language barrier. We'll stop here at page 77. I will start now FIDIC and I will close this file. We'll take it tomorrow. So I open the file of FIDIC, which is much complicated. I'll start this FIDIC file and we'll go to annex of this FIDIC file. Let me say FIDIC annex of that. Wanted something it was. This was more than annex clearly it is shown, not termination, not this directly go to 200. All DAVs were over, so it is 205 I think. Yeah, it is 204 advisory note. So we are now talking, we are going to talk of, this is FIDIC now. FIDIC, remaining one of FIDIC red, remaining one we are going to do. Red I am going to, I think maybe last of red. Then we will start silver. May not be today possibly, but if possible can. No problem, can do it. Now I'm going to talk of what's that? What is that? So it is, and now it's page 204, advisory notes to users of FIDIC contracts, where project is to include building information modeling systems. This we did yesterday, we got it yesterday, we did this, and we also read some clauses of this. So now forms of securities, it is forms of securities. This we management, I think we did yesterday. So BIM, Business for Construction Building Projects, and yeah, we did this, and we talked of in that sub clauses title, we did that, and then now we are going to talk to forms of securities. What is forms of securities in that term? Acceptable forms of security should be included in tender documents for Annex A and or B, in instructions to tenders, and for Annexes C to G, annexed to particular conditions. Following examples forms which, except for Annex A, incorporate uniform rules published by International Chamber of Commerce. Okay, address I am not going to talk of that. So let us start that. Examples, Annex A, examples for parent company guarantee. Now in this, name of contract, contract number, name and address of employer, and together with successors and assigns. Now we have been informed. Now language is that it is example form of parent company guarantee. We have been informed that blank, hereinafter called contractor. We have been informed that hereinafter called contractor, submitting an offer for such contract in response to your invitation, and that conditions of your invitation require that its offer be supported by a parent company guarantee. In consideration of you, employer, awarding contract to contractor, we, name of parent company, irrevocably we irrevocably and unconditionally guarantee to you as a primary obligation. Let me see how many. 1 hour 29 minutes. Let me put my, I think better to I'll forget otherwise, I'll put this battery on. So I'll make the problem for myself now. Okay, so I continue. It says that So, in country consideration of you employer awarding contract or contractor, awarding contract to contractor, we irrevocably and unconditionally guarantee to you as a primary obligation due performance of all contractors' obligations and liabilities under contract, including contractors' compliance with all terms and conditions according to their true intent and meaning. If contractor fails to so, if contractor fails to so perform its obligations and liabilities and comply with contract, we will indemnify employer against and from all damages, losses and expenses, including legal fees and expenses, which arise from whatever such failure or any such failure for which contractor is liable to employer under contract. This guarantee shall come into full force. This guarantee shall come into full force and effect when contract comes into full force and effect. If contract does not come into full force and effect within a year of date of this guarantee, or if you demonstrate that you do not intend to enter into contract with contractor, this guarantee shall be void and ineffective. This guarantee shall continue in force and effect until all contractors' obligations and liabilities under contract have been discharged, when this guarantee shall expire and shall be returned to us, and our liability hereunder shall be discharged absolutely. This guarantee shall apply and be supplemental to contract as amended or varied by employer and contractor from time to time. We hereby authorize them to agree whatever or any such amendment or variation, due performance of which and compliance with which by contractor are likewise guaranteed hereunder. Our obligations and liabilities under this guarantee shall not be discharged by whatever or any allowance of time or other indulgence whatsoever by employer to contractor, or by whatever or any variation or suspension of works to be executed under contract, or by whatever or any amendments to contractors or to constitution of contractors or employer, or by whatever or any other matters, whether with or without our knowledge or consent. This guarantee shall be governed by law of same country or other jurisdiction as that which governs contract, and whatever or any dispute under this guarantee shall be finally settled under rules of arbitration of International Chamber of Commerce by one or more arbitrators appointed in accordance with such rules. We confirm that benefit of this guarantee may be assigned subject only to provisions for assignment of contract, signed by signature name, position in company, and date. Now, whether one or more signatories for parent company are required will depend on parent company and or applicable law. Now, Annex B, example form of tender security. Tender security. No power actually has gone. Power is that. Power has gone. Now, example form of tender security. Guarantee number. Insert guarantee reference number. Then guarantor. Insert name and address of place of issue unless indicated in letterhead. Then name of contract or contract number. Insert reference name, reference number or other information identifying contract with regard to which tender is submitted. So this is actually tender security, tender bond. Beneficiary of employer. Insert name and address of beneficiary. We have been informed that name and address of tenderer, hereinafter called applicant, is submitting an offer for such contract in response to your invitation, and that conditions of invitations which are set out in document entitled instructions to tenderers require his or her offer to be supported by a tender security. At request of applicant, we insert name of guarantor. Hereby irrevocably undertake to pay you, beneficiary or employer, any sum or whatever sum or sums not exceeding in total an amount actually insert in figures and words, maximum amount payable in currency in which it is payable upon receipt by us of your demand in writing and your written statement in demand that A. Applicant has without your agreement withdrawn its offer after latest time specified for its submission and before expiry of its period of validity, or applicant has refused to accept correction of errors in its offer in accordance with such conditions of invitation, or you awarded contract to applicant and it has failed to comply with subclause 1(6) of conditions of contract, or you awarded contract to applicant and it has failed to comply with subclause 4.21 or of conditions of contract, or you awarded contract to applicant and it has failed to comply with subclause 4.21 condition of contract, or you awarded contract to applicant and it has failed to comply with subclause 1(6) of conditions of contract. Any demand for payment must contain your signatures. Any demand of payment must contain your signatures, which must be authenticated by your bankers or by a notary public. Authenticated demand and statement must be received by us as at following office. Insert address of office on the bank on the before. Insert date 35 days after expiry of validity of letter of tender. When this guarantee shall expire, party liable for payment of any charges. Insert name of party. Then guarantee shall be governed by laws of this. Insert law governing guarantee and shall be subject to uniform rules for demand guarantees. URDG or signed by signature or name, whose name and date is that. Now whether one or more signatories or banks are required will depend. Okay. Annex C, example of form of performance security, demand guarantee. Performance security, demand guarantee. Guarantee number, insert guarantee reference number. Guarantor, insert name and address of place of issue unless indicated in letterhead. Name of contract, contact number. Insert reference number on other information identifying contact between applicant and beneficiary on which guarantee is based. Beneficiary or employer, insert name and address of beneficiary. We have been informed that insert name and address of contractor, thereafter called applicant, is your contractor. Okay, this comes good. So we have been informed that it is insert name of address of contractor. Hereinafter called applicant is your contractor under such contract which requires it to obtain a performance security. At request of applicant, we insert name of guarantor. Hereby we irrevocably undertake to pay you, beneficiary, employer, any sum or whatever sum or sums not exceeding in total amount of this, insert in figures and words, maximum amount payable and currency in which it is payable, guaranteed amount upon receipt by us of your demand in writing and your written statement indicating in what respect applicant is in breach of its obligations under contract. Now, following receipt by us of an authentic copy of taking over certificate, following receipt by us of an authenticated copy of taking over certificate for whole of works under clause 10 of conditions of contract, guaranteed amount shall be reduced by so many percentage, and we shall promptly notify you that we have received such certificate and have introduced guarantee amount accordingly. Now, following receipt by us of an authenticated copy of statement issued by insert name and address of engineer under contract that pursuant to subclause 421 of conditions of contract, variations and adjustments under clause 13 of conditions of contract have resulted in an accumulative increase or decrease in contract price by more than 20% of accepted contract amount, and that therefore Guaranteed amount should be adjusted by percentage specified in statement equal to accumulative increase or decrease. Respectively, we shall promptly inform you that we have received such statement and have adjusted guaranteed amount accordingly in case of request for decrease of amount of performance security. Above statement shall be accompanied by your written consent to such decrease. Now, any demand for payment must contain your signatures, which must be authenticated by your bankers or by a notary public. Authenticated demand and statement must be received by us at following office in that, and insert it 70 days after expected expiry of defects notification period for works shall in an expiry date as accurate as guaranteed shall expire. Now, party liable for payment of any charges, insert name of party. Guarantee shall be governed by law of land or insert law governing guarantee and shall be subject to uniform rules for demand guarantees. Alright, then we go further. Signed by, signature, date, etc. When drafting tender documents, writer should ascertain whether to include optional text shown in parentheses, whether one or more signatories for bank are required, will depend on bank and on applicable law. Now, Annex D, example form of performance security surety bond. Surety bond, performance security. What we studied so far, one was number A was example form of parent company guarantee, and other was example form of tender security, B, and C was example form of performance security demand guarantee, and D is example form of performance security surety bond. So let us see what is this. I will stretching is very hot actually. I don't have AC here, and I don't want to use AC. Now example form performance guarantee for security guarantee bond, surety bond. Name of contract number, name of address, your beneficiary, employer. We have been informed that name of contractor, you write that. You have to call principal. Is your contractor under such contract which requires it to obtain a performance security. By this bond, insert name and address of contractor. By this bond, who is your contractor under such contract as principal, and insert name and address of guarantor, as guarantor are irrevocably held and formally bound to beneficiary in total amount of this. Insert figure and words maximum amount payable and currency in which it is payable. Bond amount. For due performance of all such principals, obligations and liabilities under above named contract, such bond amount shall be reduced by so many percentages upon issue of taking over certificate for whole of works under clause 10 of conditions of contract. This bond shall become effective on commencement date defined in contract. Upon default by principal to perform any contractual obligations, or upon occurrence of any of events and circumstances listed in subclause 15 to 1 of conditions of contract, guarantor shall satisfy and discharge damages sustained by beneficiary due to such default, event or circumstances. However, however, total liability of guarantor shall not exceed bond amount. Obligation and liabilities of guarantor. Obligation and liabilities of guarantor shall not be discharged by any allowance of time or other indulgence whatsoever by beneficiary to principal, or by any variation or suspension of whole of works to be executed under contract, or by amendments to contract whatsoever, or to constitution of principal or beneficiary, or by whatever other matters, whether with or without knowledge or consent of guarantor. Now, any claim under bond must be received by guarantor, or before any claim under bond must be received by guarantor on or before this insert date 6 months after expected expiry of defects notification period for works. Now, any claim under bond, this bond must be received by guarantor on or before insert date 6 months after expected expiry of defects notification period for works. Expiry date. When this bond expires shall be returned to guarantor. Benefit of this bond may be assigned subject to provisions for assignment of contract, and subject to received by guarantor of evidence of full compliance with such provisions. Bonds shall be governed by law of insert law governing bond, being same country or other jurisdiction as that which governs contract. This bond incorporates and shall be subject to uniform rules for contract bonds. Okay, so whereas this bond has been issued by principal and guarantor on date, signature for and on behalf of principal, and name, and then you can say guarantor name and name. When writing tender documents, writer should ascertain whether to include optional text or others. The same thing, Now we'll move to Annex E, example form of advance payment guarantee. Example for advance payment guarantee. Guarantee number this. Insert guarantee reference number, guarantor name or address of place of issue unless indicated otherwise, and name of contact number, insert reference number or other information identifying contact between applicant and beneficiary on which guarantee is based. Beneficiary, employer, insert name and address of beneficiary. We have been informed that insert name and address of contractor. We have been informed that him called applicant is your contractor under such contract and wishes to receive an advance payment for which contract requires it to obtain a guarantee. At request of applicant, we insert name of contractor here. We irrevocably undertake to pay you, beneficiary, employer, any sum or sums not exceeding in total amount of this, insert in figures and words, maximum amount payable and currency in which it is payable, guaranteed amount up to upon receipt by us of your demand in writing and your written statements that applicant has failed to repay advance payment in accordance with conditions of contract. Applicant has failed to repay advance payment in accordance with condition of contract, and amount of advance payment which application has failed to repay. This guarantee shall become effective upon receipt of first installment of advance payment by applicant. Guaranteed amount shall be reduced by amounts of advance payment repaid to you as evidenced by interim payment certificates issued under subclass 14.6 of condition of contract. Following receipt of copy of each interim payment certificate, we shall promptly notify you of revised guaranteed amount accordingly. As any demand for payment must contain your signatures, which must be authenticated by your bankers or by a notary public. Authenticated demand and statement must be received by us at following office address on or before this date. Insert date 70 days after expected expiry of time of completion. Expiry date when this guarantee will expire. This party liable for payment of any charges insert name of party. This guarantee shall be governed by law, okay, and signature, and like that, leave that. Example, this Annex F, example form of retention money guarantee, extension money guarantee. Retention money means 10% recovery, so it's also guaranteed that. Guarantee number this, insert guarantee reference number, guarantor whose name, insert name and address of place of issue unless inserted in letterhead. Name of contract, contract number, insert reference number of other information identifying contract between applicant and beneficiary on which guarantee is based, that is money guarantee, retention money. Beneficiary, employer, insert name and address of beneficiary, and then we have been informed that insert name and address of contractor. Hereinafter called applicant is your contractor under such contract and wishes to receive an early payment of part of retention money, for which contract requires it to obtain a guarantee. At request of applicant, we insert name of guarantor for hereby irrevocably under to pay you. Beneficiary, employer, any sum or whatever sum or sums not exceeding in total amount of this in certain figure and words, amount, maximum amount payable and currency in which it's payable, guaranteed amount upon receipt by us of your demand in writing and your written statement that applicant has failed to carry out its obligations to rectify following defects for which it is responsible under contract, state and nature of defects. Now, at any time, our liability under guarantee shall not exceed total amount of retention money released to applicant by you, as evidenced by interim payment certificates issued under subclass 14.6 of conditions of contract, with a copy being submitted to us. Now, demand for payment must contain your signatures, which must be authenticated by your bankers or by a notary public. Authenticated demand and statement must be received by us at following office, insert address of office on or before, insert 70 days after expected expiry of defect notification period or works expiry date where this guarantee shall expire. We have been informed that beneficiary may require applicant to extend this guarantee if Alright, then we have been informed that beneficiary may require applicant to extend this guarantee if performance certificate under the contract has not been issued by date 28 days prior to such expiry date. We undertake to pay you guaranteed amount upon receipt by us within such period of 28 days of your demand in writing and your written statement that performance certificate has not been issued for reasons attributable to applicant and that this guarantee has not been extended. Party liable for payment of any charges, insert name of party. Guarantee shall be governed by laws of right name of law, then signed by signatures. Similarly, all signatures. Now, example form of payment guarantee by employer. Payment guarantee by employer. This is an XG. Guarantee number, insert guarantee reference number. Guarantor, insert name and address of place of issue unless indicated by letterhead. Name of contact number. Insert reference number or other information identifying contact between applicant and beneficiary on which guarantee is based. Beneficiary is contractor. Insert name and address of beneficiary. We have been informed that insert name and address of employer. Herein, after call applicant is required to obtain a bank guarantee. At request of applicant, we insert name of guarantor. Hereby irrevocably undertake to pay you beneficiary's beneficiary contractor any sum or sums not exceeding in total of amount of this. Insert in figures and words maximum amount payable and currency in which it is payable upon receipt by us of your demand in writing and your written statements. In respect of payment due under contract, applicant has failed to make payment in full by date 14 days after expiry of period specified in contract, as that within which such payment should have been made, and amounts which applicant has failed to pay. Whatever demand for payment must be accompanied by a copy of insert list of documents evidencing entitlement to payment and language in which these documents are to be submitted, in respect of which applicant has failed to make payment in full. Whatever demand for payment must contain your signatures, which must be authenticated by your banker or by notary public. Authenticated demand and statement must be received by us at this. Party liable for payment of any charges, insert name of party. Guarantee shall be governed by laws of this. Insert law. Then signature as usual, and signatures. Now it is about FIDIC, contract for building and engineering works designed by employer. This is what it is. And letter of tender, name of contractor. It is a letter of tender in this. And 2, we have examined conditions of contract. This is letter of tender. We have examined conditions of contract, specification, drawings, schedules, including bill of quantity, contract data, and addenda numbers this for above named contract, and words and expressions used herein shall have meanings assigned to them in conditions of contract. We offer to execute and complete works and remedy the facts whatever they are in conformity with this tender, which includes all these documents for sum of currency and amount of figures, currency and amount of words, and such amount as may be determined in accordance with contract. We agree to abide by this tender until date, and it shall remain binding upon us and may be accepted at any. Alright, then we say, in this offer, accepted this offer, we will provide specified performance security, commence works as soon as possible, as soon as is reasonably practicable after commencement date, and complete works in accordance with above named documents. within time of completion. Unless and until a contract agreement is prepared and executed, this letter of tender, together with your written acceptance thereof, shall constitute a binding contract between us. You understand that you are not bound to accept lowest or any tender you may receive, signature and capacity of whatever authorized to sign tender for and on behalf of this. Then there's a letter of acceptance. This is from engineer, name of contractor, name of contract, contact number, to date, your reference, our reference. We thank you for your tender letters for execution and completion of works comprising above named contract and remedying defects therein, all in conformity with the terms and conditions contained in contract. We have pleasure in accepting your tender for accepted contracts amount for this currency and amount. In consideration of your properly and truly performing contract, we agree to pay you accepted contract amount on such other sums to be which you may become entitled under terms of contract all at such times and prescribed by contract. We acknowledge that this letter of acceptance creates a binding contract between us, and we undertake to fulfill all our obligations and duties in accordance with terms of contract signed by and behalf of. And now, contract agreement. This agreement made this day or between this and this have to call employer of one part and of this contractor of other part. Whereas employer desires that what's known as this name of number of contract should be executed by contractor and has accepted a tender by contractor for execution and completion of these works and remedying of any defects therein. Employer and contractor agree as follows. In this agreement, words and expressions shall have same meanings as are respectively assigned to them in conditions of contract hereinafter referred to. Two following documents shall be deemed to form and be read and construed as part of assignment. A. Letter of acceptance dated this. B. Letter of tender dated this. C. Addenda numbers. D. Conditions of contract. E. Specifications. F. Drawings. G. Schedules. And H. And JV undertaking. If contractor constitutes an unincorporated JV. In considerations of payment to be made by employer to contractor as hereinafter mentioned, contractor hereby covenants with employer to execute and complete works and remedy and defects therein in conformity with provisions of contract. Employer hereby covenants to pay contractor in consideration of execution and completion of works and remedying of defects therein, contract price at times and in manner prescribed by contract. In witness whereof, we parties here to have caused agreement to be executed this day and year first before written in accordance with this respective law, signed by both sides, signed by for on behalf of employer and for on behalf of contractor in presence of witness, name, address, date, and presence of witness, name, address, and date. Dispute avoidance adjudication agreement. All italicized text and any text within square brackets except subclause headings in this form of agreement is for use in preparing form and should be deleted from final document. So it's adjudication agreement, and then employer, contractor, and DAB members jointly agree. So these are well read. This is 5 minutes will take only. Let me finish this. So this is name and detail of contract agreement made on this day, month, this name of contract details of employer, name of contact details of contractor, name and contact details of DAB members or DAB member. A DA agreement, employer and contractor have entered or intend to enter into contract. Under this contract, DAB or dispute avoidance and adjustment board means sole member or three members have stated in contact data contract as named in contract. So named in contract are appointed later under same clause. Process DAB. Then employer and contractor desire jointly to appoint above named DAB member to act on DAB as okay. So employer and contractor desire jointly to appoint above named DAB member to act for DAB as sole member of DAB, and where this is case, all references to other members do not apply, or one of three members, chairman, delete one which is not applicable. So address, sign, other members, DAB members, employer, contractor and DAB member jointly agree as follows. Conditions of this DAB agreement comprise clause 21, dispute and arbitration of conditions of contract and conditions of contract and whatever other provisions of contract that are applicable to DAB activities, and general conditions of disputes avoidance adjudication agreement, which is appended to general conditions of contract for construction. Second is details of amendment of CGCs and DAB members shall be paid in accordance with clause this. Consideration of above fees and all that. So what I say now, I am really pleased that we have gone through the Red Book completely from beginning to end, 225 pages in English, and this book means work is designed by employer through engineer and executed by contractors, except small works can be designed. This is in fact design given to contractor, and he does that. He executes that, prosecutes that. This is called Red Book. We have gone through it very successfully. Of course, it took many number of days, and it takes time because this is complete contract. This is legal contract, FIDIC. So much is there. You have to understand. Being engineers, it's not easy. If it is not difficult as well, it takes time to learn something. It's not means just in 1 minute you can learn. Even if one time you read it, you cannot understand it. Again, you have to read it and again. But if you are experienced, you can understand what it says. That's a major important point there. I have gone today through some talks in beginning about COVID-19, then we talked about management, about in organizations about 1 hour, and then we talked of this materials, general specifications, you can say, and then also in that we further move to specification in not too much, but I'll continue with that, safety, etc., which I was talking about, and we'll take up FIDIC. FIDIC is silver book. We'll first review tomorrow just what we have gone through Red Book just for about half an hour. We'll have a review of what points we have learned in that. But those are very important before jumping onto silver book. I did not have time, otherwise I would have talked of that today. It will take some time, no problem. Review is better than jumping, and because EPC is almost similar except some changes possibly, so we may move further faster on EPC, that is silver book EPC contracts, and then we'll follow different one. There are white books and yellow book. White books for consulting services. So it's a journey of learning or journey of refreshing. But people are not seemingly interested, I think. They think these are useless subjects, and useless. So talks they think so. So they are not understanding engineering. In fact, they are only technical. If they are not taking interest in such subjects, how can they control projects? That's out of my understanding. Even if they are in designs, they have to understand these points. These are really important points, but I am not finding that interest in engineers, and they should have, but they are not having. I think this is a difference between engineers from England like country or some other like country where people enter into certain fields where only they can understand. How can some person who does not know engineering and can understand such contracts? There should always be misleads everywhere. If no engineer is involved in understanding contracts, we can't rely on advocates and judges as far as these contracts are concerned, because these are based on technical methods and all that. These are not simply the what means the lawyers can make you say, lawyers can work for you properly. That's not point here. It's only we can understand. Otherwise, we face problems. We make mistakes on site, legal mistakes. We don't know what to do, and we can't respond to letters or communications what we receive from this. So we have to employ someone who does not understand site. So where we are beaten up in legalities, it's therefore important we spend some time to understand all contract values. Otherwise, it shall cause problem to us. So with this statement, I like to close today's talk. With hope I'll review it tomorrow. FIDIC read or some moments, and then we'll jump on to other one. And this I say, of course I was a little lazy today because of boring subjects. Though it's boring, but because all 4 hours, if you talk, means you find certainly such happenings. So I would say thanks to whosoever is there. Thanks, Najru. Then I'll like to close this. It's over, done. So, set and